Opening credits. Rough Ride. A Motorcycle Club New Adult Romance. By Summer Cooper and Sienna Chance. Auto-narrated using Google technology. Chapter 1. Kai watched Eliana out of the corner of his eye. She was staring open-mouthed at the buildings as they passed through downtown Pine Hill. A lot has changed, Kai said, echoing her thoughts. It was dark now, but the town was lit up. Whereas when she'd left there was a single stoplight town, they now boasted nearly 20, and the former mom-and-pop shops were either sporting an upgraded vintage look or had been overtaken by local franchises. While Pine Hill would never be a booming metropolis, they had certainly seen more advancement than Eliana was anticipating. The streets were freshly paved. They now had localized apartment buildings with quaint balconies. Considering it was nearly 10 at night, the streets were busy with people walking, riding bicycles or motorcycles. A movie theater was just letting out, and when Kai stopped at a red light, Eliana saw there was an outdoor patio in front of a new bowling alley. "I don't even recognize the place," she said with a sense of nostalgia. Kai drove directly through downtown, and Eliana noted the only two places that were still untouched by time were the diner and the bar her dad spent most of his time at. The town fell behind them as they moved through the city and to the outskirts where Kai took a sharp left. Less than a mile down the road, a large metal beam crossed overhead, and the sign read Hell Hollow Road with the Screaming Demon logo. Eliana felt a wave of fear overtake her. All around her was blackness, and pine trees loomed like sentries in the night. Every so many feet another metal sign would read something like, "Keep out, enter at your own risk, private property, turn back or die," with a skull and bones spray painted on it. Every reasonable bone in her body knew it was for dramatic effect, but at the present, it was entirely convincing. Eliana had read Dante's Inferno for school, and at the moment, she couldn't help but make the correlation that she was entering the first circle of hell. In the back of her mind, she knew she was headed toward the abandoned steel mill, but the transformation of the property was anything but vacant. The tree line opened, and in the distance she saw the large metal compound encircled by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Several new additions had been built, two of which looked like housing, and the others were lit up like an on-site bar. As they drew near, Eliana could hear the commotion of dozens of people who were flocked to the center of the hub that was built like a courtyard. Tables and chairs were placed outside the bar, and nearly 60 motorcycles were parked outside. Music was blasting, and even from inside the car, Eliana could feel the vibrations of the ground. Kai pulled the car to a stop in the makeshift parking lot behind the bar and quickly exited. He stretched his arms high over his head, clearly eager to be out of the car they'd been in the last 8 hours, but as the back of his shirt lifted, Eliana caught sight of the holster and gun he had on his left hip. From his seated position in the car, she'd missed it. Frank and Bruce were right behind them, and they pulled their bikes up to the left side of the car. Kai said something to them that she couldn't hear over the raucous noise, and all three laughed. They dismounted their bikes and moved toward the building where several people were standing outside smoking and drinking. In fact, if Eliana had seen correctly, one man was peeing into a beer bottle while 2 other men egged him on. Frozen to her seat, Eliana refused to get out when Kai waved to her. He frowned and moved around to her side of the door. "Get out of the car, Eli," he instructed, and she shook her head. He reached for the handle, but this time she was faster than him and locked it. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "You're being ridiculous, I still have the keys," he said, and pressed the unlock button. Eliana locked it again. "Stop it," Kai said, and pressed the button once again. Eliana hit the lock. Kai pounded his fist on the window, and she jumped. "Unlock the door." "No. You're being childish." "I'm not getting out." "I'll break the window." "It's your car, what do I care?" "Eliana," Kai warned. His tone was far more serious than she'd ever heard him use before. She stared hard into his eyes and let out a shaky breath before unlocking the door. Kai opened it for her and took her by the arm to help her out. "Thank you," he said, leading her away from the door. "Wait," she said and pulled her arm away. Kai could see she was shaking in fear. The culmination of the last 10 years of always looking over her shoulder, trying to stay under the radar, always worrying that someone was coming for them, had clearly taken its toll. The overwhelming surroundings likely weren't helping her. While Kai had long since gotten used to the rowdy gang and hordes of wall cats, hellcats, groupies and gear nuts that kept the headquarters hopping, Eliana looked entirely freaked out. "Come here," Kai said, reaching for her hand. She took it and stepped toward him. "You'll be fine," he said, and began unbuttoning his shirt. "Just stay close to me and you'll be fine." He popped the trunk of the car and tossed his white shirt in the back, and took out his leather cut that was folded in the back. He then pulled it on over the wife-beater undershirt he'd been wearing under his dress shirt. Eliana's observation of his toned,
censored,
was confirmed when she saw the way his pectorals stood out under the thin fabric. How many push-ups did this guy do in a day? "Where have you been all day?" a familiar-looking blond man asked as he approached from the opposite side of the car. Kai closed the trunk, and the curly-haired man looked from Kai to Eliana, and his eyes widened. "No shit." "Greer," Kai said in a reprimanding tone and glared at him. "It's not what you think." "Doesn't matter what I think," Greer said, but he still looked vastly amused. "I never thought you'd actually go after her." "Dude, it's been like a decade. You're still hung up on her?" "Believe it or not, this isn't personal, it's business," Kai said, turning his back to Eliana to face Greer. Eliana vaguely remembered the boy who had come to her rescue in the diner and walked her home afterward. He'd spent the entire walk trying to explain Kai's fragile position in the gang, and some of the more tedious and dangerous semantics of being a demon. At the time it had abated her temper at Kai's perceived apathy, but now as the two spoke about her as though she wasn't standing there, she felt anger welling up in her. "Business? As in old business?" Greer asked with raised eyebrows. "Damn, Max sure can hold a grudge." "I have a feeling this has more to do with me than her," Kai said in a lowered tone, but Eliana heard. "You need backup?" "Probably better not. I don't want Max losing his shit when I walk in with an entourage. I think he wants to ensure he's got the upper hand, but thanks. Any time. You going to take her in there looking like that?" "What's wrong with how I look?" Eliana chimed in, feeling like she could no longer hold her.
censored.
Both of them turned to face her, and she placed both hands on her hips. Greer looked her up and down and grinned. "Not a damn thing, Cherry," Greer teased, and Kai smacked him on the
censored.
Sorry, he feigned with raised hands. "Do yourself a favor and get a drink in her before you go see Max. She's a little wound up." "Wound up? I'm not wound up." Eliana stepped toward him, but Kai wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Come on, Eli," Kai said and led her toward the tin shack that served as a bar. Eliana tossed a glare over her shoulder at Greer, before facing the direction they were walking. While she didn't appreciate his insinuation, the moment they stepped inside, Eliana couldn't help feeling he may have been on to something. She'd opted for a comfortable pair of dark denim skinny jeans, her practical but stylish cream-colored wedges, and a green satin blouse with decorative buttons on the sleeves and a tan leather jacket over. It was something she would have worn to a Saturday brunch with the girls, or a business casual meeting with colleagues. Too bad she hadn't tapped into her, kidnapped into a den of bikers wardrobe. The entire occupancy of the bar turned to face them and stare when they walked in. Eliana could feel the scrutiny draped on her like a wet blanket. She clearly didn't belong, even with Kai's arm still around her. Where she looked vanilla, the women in this place were cinnamon. Fishnets. Short shorts. Sky-high boots. Leather. Red lipstick. Low-cut tops and big
censored.
Eliana felt like a Catholic nun in comparison. Her face flushed hot, and she was grateful when Kai led her farther toward the bar. She quickly ducked onto the free stool and placed a hand over the side of her face that wasn't directed toward Kai. "What are we doing in here? Is this where we're meeting Max?" she asked in a hushed tone that was entirely unnecessary. The rock music that was playing over the jukebox would have provided enough noise to cover their conversation. Greer doesn't usually have good ideas, but this one I agree with, Kai stated, and waved the bartender over. She was a tall woman, probably pushing 6 feet, with long fire engine red hair she wore in a single braid down her back. Her skin was flawlessly tan, and she had a mole under her left eye. Dressed in leather pants that fit like a second layer of skin, and a tank top that read, Hellcat in blue lettering, she also sported a headband with 2 cat ears that looked more like horns. Jez, Kai said, and the woman who was likely in her late 40s leaned over the bar, her
censored
plopping firmly on the wooden counter, and
censored
Kai directly on the mouth. KD, good to see you, she said in a smoke-ridden husky voice that oozed
censored
appeal. How was Ireland? Rainy, Kai said, and
censored
the back of Jez's hand. Eliana's jaw made a clicking sound. Max around? In his office, but he told me that if I saw you to send you on to him. He been expecting you? Yeah, Kai answered shortly. Jez looked from Kai to Eliana, her dark blue eyes assessing her like a teacher would a new student. Who's the girl? Jez, this is Eliana. Eli, this is Jez. She runs the bar and keeps the Hellcats in line, Kai explained. Eliana extended her hand, and Jez hesitated before taking it. Her grip was as crushing as a vice. Speaking of, Ebony has been missing you, Jez said to Kai, but kept her eyes on Eliana without releasing her hand. Should I send her your way tonight? No, that's not necessary, Kai said quickly and scratched the back of his neck. Just tell her I'll call her later. Sure thing, doll, Jez replied, and turned Eliana's hand over in hers to examine her palm. You haven't worked much, have you? That would depend on your definition of work, Eliana said sharply, and pulled her hand away. Jez laughed and reached for the bottle opener on her belt. I like her, Jez said, looking back at Kai before she popped the lids to 2 cold beers she then placed in front of them. Drink up then go see Max. I don't want him thinking I'm the reason you're late, Jez said, pointing a warning finger at Kai. We're in and out, Kai promised and took a swig of beer. Jez leaned over the counter again, her large
censored
making her neck disappear as they pushed upward. Do us a favor, sweet thing, get changed before you see him. You're caked in mud, looking like shit, and smelling twice as bad. You always say the nicest things, Kai teased and
censored
Jez on the cheek before grabbing his beer and standing. Still got some things in the back? My office, she answered with a nod toward the corner. Stay right here, Kai said to Eliana, and she opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, he was moving through the crowd. Closing her mouth, she wrapped both hands around her bottle and faced the bar, hoping the rest of the room would leave her alone. She looked up when she felt Jez staring at her. What? She asked as the redhead smirked. He likes you, Jez said, crossing her arms. Who? Don't play dumb, Jez scolded with slightly narrowed eyes. We both know you're not. I don't think you know anything about me, Eliana stated frankly, and Jez's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. I'm a pretty good judge of people, she said with an air of pride. I know your small town. You've got that goody-goody vibe. It's Pine Hill, we're all small town. I know you've got soft hands so you work at a desk, but you bite your nails so it's something stressful. Stockbroker? Lawyer. Even worse, Jez said and took Eliana's beer from her. When Eliana's brow furrowed, Jez took a long swig. We don't waste good beer in this place. I prefer bourbon. No you don't, Jez said with a coy smile. You're a whiskey girl playing at bourbon. Jez reached for the top shelf and filled 2 glasses with Johnny Walker Black Label. Eliana took the one handed to her and slammed it. The liquid burned, and she coughed a couple of times, much to Jez's amusement. The older woman downed hers in one long gulp and smiled before pouring them both another one. So you've got me all figured out, Eliana said sarcastically. Tell me, what exactly does a Hellcat do? Her question was biting, but Jez played along. You see him? She asked, pointing to a man in the center of the room. He was surrounded by a crowd of men and women who were all listening to him ramble on. He must have said something funny because the crowd laughed. Yeah. We do things like him. That's Riggs. One of the demon elite. So you're prostitutes? Eliana asked, looking back at Jez, whose smile turned to a frown. "Hookers get paid, little girl," Jez said coldly. "Around here, being a Hellcat is like royalty. Some girls spend their entire lives on the wall and never get promoted. We get respect and prestige. That's something your fancy law degree won't get you around here." "What are you two talking about?" Kai asked, breaking the conversation. He was dressed in clean jeans and had brushed his hair and let it down from his ponytail. He smelled of a potent and alluring cologne. "Status," Jez said before Eliana could say anything. "Oh," Kai said, not fully understanding. He set his empty beer bottle on the bar. "Anyway, we need to go," he said to Eliana. "Max is waiting." Eliana let out a shaking breath and looked from Kai to Jez and knocked back her second shot of whiskey. Now or never. Chapter 2. Eliana thought she would feel relieved to be out of the bar and away from Jez's interrogation, but as they crossed the courtyard, her stomach that was filled with nothing but top-shelf whiskey knotted itself with nerves. The large building that they entered was the renovated warehouse that had served as the main building for the steel mill. The floor was cement, though it looked like it had recently been polished. Surprisingly, the place had been arranged with care. Clearly reserved for the men of the club, there was an L-shaped bar and kitchen to her right where currently no one was, and across from that, separated by several benches, was a gym with fairly high-tech equipment. To their left, a large common room had been set up complete with couches, armchairs, 4 televisions, 3 octagonal poker tables and chairs, as well as bookshelves lining the wall. Next to the bookshelves were 4 floor-to-ceiling garage doors that were currently closed, but led to the adjoining building they used as a maintenance shop for their vehicles. The whole place looked expertly renovated, including lighting fixtures, a walled-in bathroom, and even decorations. The only remaining evidence in the place had been a factory where the chains and gear tracks still hung from the ceiling. "This way," Kai said, placing a hand on her back and leading her toward the room. "Max's office is upstairs." Eliana only nodded. While outside had felt like a Friday night at the county fair, the ambiance of the clubhouse was that of a stag room in a men's-only club. The only thing missing were antlers on the walls, and red-vested man in the corner named Horatio who clipped the tips of cigars and called everyone master. The few men who were inside were using the gym, and their bare,
censored,
and rippled abdomens were covered in sweat. They looked at Kai, then Eliana, with a mixture of curiosity and hunger. She quickly turned her eyes toward the single door on the far end of the room where she was being led. If Hell Hollow Road was the first circle of hell, the bar was definitely the
censored Phil
second level. With the markings of indulgence so evident in the warehouse, Eliana felt the walls screaming gluttony, which would make this the fourth. How many levels would she find on the other side of this steel door? Without much time to anticipate it, Kai opened the door and let her step in first. Looking more like the sterile corridor of a hospital, only fluorescent lights lit the windowless passage. She couldn't help but drag her feet, and Kai had to take her by the hand to keep her moving. When they reached the end of the hallway, they trekked up a staircase. At the top, another shorter hallway led the opposite direction, giving the implication that the office overlooked the warehouse below them. The hall opened into a makeshift waiting room, where 4 men were sitting around a fold-out table chatting. They all stopped and stood. Dressed in jeans, black shirts, and patched leather cuts, Eliana could see their guns openly displayed on their hips. 2 of the men had long, ponytail-bound hair, one had a crew cut that screamed former military, and the other chose to shave his dark head bald. Eliana didn't think it was possible for Frank and Bruce to be dwarfed, but this Special Forces-looking crew had enough testosterone to produce a dozen men. "Here to see Max KD?" the crew-cut man asked, and spit a mouthful of sunflower seeds into an ashtray. "He's expecting us," Kai replied. Crew-cut poured another handful of shell-covered seeds into his mouth, before rapping twice on the heavy dark wood door. The only indication he had heard from someone was the way he tilted his head to the right, where a coil cord connected to an earpiece. "Go ahead," he said with a bulging cheek and opened the door. The 2 men with ponytails entered first, and Kai's nudge on her back urged her in behind them. When Kai reached the doorway, Crew-cut placed a hand on his shoulder. Not you. Kai? Eliana asked when she realized he wasn't behind her. Seeing he was still standing in the doorway, his blank expression was only disrupted by the slightly panicked and apologetic look in his eyes. Before she could chime in a protest, the door slammed shut. It might as well have been the slamming of a coffin door. "Miss," the man to her left said and gestured for her to move farther into the room. As she did, the two of them took their place on either side of the door, effectively barring her exit. In the complete contrast to the fold-out table, chairs, and cement floor of the room she just entered from, this office was like the cover of a Forbes magazine. The carpet was a short-cropped white that made her worry she was tracking mud. The walls were also white with marble-textured reflective flecks of gold. In front of her was an alabaster desk, with only a single white leather chair behind it. To her right was an L-shaped chaise lounge sectional, with an all-leather cylindrical resting table in the center. A wooden tray with a decanter of amber liquid and 4 glasses was the only color the formal sitting area offered. What drew her attention, however, was the gray marble sculpture in the corner. The 6-foot figurine was a large, flawlessly polished hand whose fingers cradled a bird with intricately carved feathers. The hand was in a slightly strained position, and yet its fingers were not coiled around the bird. Rather, it cradled, with surprising gentleness considering the powerful figurine. She was still staring at it when the door on the left side of the room slammed open and startled her. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to take a
censored
toting this piece of shit around?" A man with gray hair emerged from the office bathroom, carting a wheeled oxygen tank behind him. He was tall, around Kai's height, possibly taller, but the way he stooped to pull the tank made it hard to discern. He had thick hair he kept trim, and despite obviously having health issues, the muscles in his arms and hulk of his abdomen were evident in the fitted shirt he wore. Despite his earlier question, Eliana remained silent as the man took a seat behind his desk and pulled the air tube from his nose before taking up the cigar that had been resting on the glass tray on his desk. "Miss Granville, I presume?" he asked rhetorically as he leaned back in his chair and examined her. "As ordered," she retorted, and he smiled in amusement. "Max Strong, is it? Or do you prefer, Your Highness?" "Max will do just fine as long as you mind your manners," he said, flicking a bit of ash on the tray. "I see you're admiring my statue," he observed, his thick southern accent sounding more prominent. Clearly, he hailed from Tennessee or Kentucky by the sounds of it. "It's beautiful," she admitted and glanced back at it. "I'm not familiar with the artist, though." "Oh, you likely wouldn't be," he stated. "It's a local talent. Some young kid from the community school. In fact, all my pieces are bought or commissioned from the local school." He held his hand out, indicating the framed pieces around the room. The colored abstract paintings, complete with sculpture and ornate bookends on the desk, made quite the collection. "That's charitable," Eliana said, still rooted to her position. "You sound surprised. Hate to break it to you, but your reputation doesn't scream local do-gooder," she said, tossing a glare in his direction. "There's a town full of people out there who would disagree with you," Max said, setting his cigar down again. "Maybe I'm not the villain you think I am." "Maybe you're exactly who I think you are," she countered with both eyebrows raised. He grinned again and stood to walk around the desk toward her. "Do you know what this piece is called?" he asked as he stood next to her, his presence not nearly as sickly as she would have expected from a man on oxygen. "Power," he said, answering his own question. "You see, the artist understood the nature of authority. Like a bird, it's fragile, elusive, and at any time it can just fly away," he explained with a wave of his hand. "Yet the hand is holding it," Eliana said, not chancing to take her eyes away from Max. "That begs the question, who has the power? The bird with its ability to fly away, or the hand that can hold on to it?" "I like you, Miss Granville," Max said, smiling at her. "You're smart. You can see clearly that the bird can flee, or the hand can grab. But if that hand grips too tight, he'll kill the very thing he's trying to hold on to. There's a level of understanding between the two, I think. One of the many reasons I liked it." "So what's our understanding then?" she asked, cutting straight to the point. Max stepped just slightly closer to her, and Eliana refused to back up as he looked down at her. "All in good time, little bird," he said in a deeper tone. Well, there was no confusion on roles in this situation. Max placed his hand on the back of her shoulder and guided her to the couch where he had her sit. "Your daddy was an enterprising man," Max began as he lifted the glass lid to the decanter and poured 2 glasses of the gold brandy. "My father was a drunk and a criminal." "There's no need to badmouth the dead," Max said, handing her a glass, and she was surprisingly grateful for it. "There's no need to romanticize them either," she said, taking a sip. Max dipped his head to indicate she wasn't wrong. "You know he had a deal worked out with some of the less reputable men from my chapters a few years ago?" Max asked as he took the seat to her right. "I've heard a few things," Eliana replied vaguely. "Miss Granville, it is in your best interest to be straight with me. While I like a good verbal spar with a beautiful woman, as you can see," he said, gesturing toward the oxygen tank by his desk, "my time is running short. I know my father was conning contracts with the lumber suppliers. He was charging commission for deliveries based on miles of road while transporting on the train line. I know he was working with a man named Dean to use a boxcar on the train to tote the lumber trucks. In return, the cars would ride back with stolen goods my dad would drop off. I don't know where or what the items were. Until the night we were run out of town, I didn't know my dad was involved with anything to do with the screaming demons. Am I supposed to believe that? Your daddy would come home with more money than any shit blue-collar job could ever pay, and you thought what? He got lucky on some gas station scratch tickets?" "There was never any money around the house," Eliana replied defensively. "The fridge was usually empty, and bills would pile up until I begged him to pay them. I worked summers just to provide." "What about your house? Who paid for that? 4-bedroom, 3-story house in the suburbs?" "My dad inherited it from my mother when she died." "What about that fancy private school? I heard you took some extra classes to get you into Ivy League. Scholarships and second-hand books." "Well, ain't that something?" Max said, downing his drink. He leaned back in his seat and crossed his legs. "Your daddy told you all that?" "Yes." "Then he wasn't just a thief, he was a liar too," Max said, and Eliana felt the heat drain from her body. "Oh, don't look at me like that, Miss Granville, you must have known deep down. Your daddy didn't inherit that house, I paid for it. You didn't get into prep school on scholarship, you got in on my dollar. Your daddy was running deliveries for the demons since he was your age." "That's not possible." "It isn't?" Max asked patronizingly. Eliana let the reality sink in before she buried her face in her hands. "If you think about it, the only reason you got into Harvard was because of me. My dad was working with Dean," Eliana defended with the need to have some ground to stand on. "Who was, up until the end, a loyal member of my crew. So you see," Max said, leaning forward, "you owe me a great deal, Miss Granville. It's time to pay up." Feeling on the verge of hyperventilating, Eliana stood and began pacing in front of his desk. Max ignored her mental breakdown and walked to his side of the desk, opened the top drawer and removed a thick stack of files. Plopping them open on the desk, Eliana recognized the mug shots from the ones Kai had shown her. "I'm not defending murderers," Eliana snapped. Max walked around the desk and sat on the edge of it. "You don't have much of a choice in the matter, Miss Granville," Max said firmly. "While you are here in Pine Hill, you are at my beck and call. These 2 men are of no use to me behind bars. They're looking at the death penalty. Do you know what that means?" "They'll get what they deserve?" Eliana countered. "No, it means they're desperate. Desperate men have a way of talking too much when they think it can benefit them. I want their case dismissed, Miss Granville. I am not accustomed to leaving loose ends. From what I understand, you're a decent lawyer, and since I practically paid for that education, it's time I cashed in." "No." "What did you just say to me?" Max asked, standing upright. "I said no," Eliana repeated. "I'm not your servant, and I'm not their lawyer." "You don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation, Miss Granville," Max said, stepping toward her. "I may have held you with a gentle hand, little bird, but don't think for a second I won't close my fist around you until I've choked every last ounce of life out of you." His teeth were clenched together, and with every word he stepped closer and Eliana moved backward. Max nodded once, and the two men by the door whom she'd forgotten about entirely, each grabbed an arm, dragged her forward and slammed her face first onto the desk. Crying out in pain, she felt the hand on the back of her neck, her cheek pressed against the crime files, and one arm twisted painfully behind her back. She screamed in pain again, as the hand twisted more firmly. "What will it be, Miss Granville?" Max asked, standing in front of her. Before she answered, she heard the click of two guns.
Censored.
Your life or theirs. Chapter 3. Kai was doing his best not to look as nervous as he felt. While he had every confidence that Eliana was intelligent, he also knew Max's ability to break anyone down. While he leaned against the wall opposite Max's office door, the two others continued their poker game at the fold-out table. Sammy, the bald, dark-skinned man, had come on board as Max's personal security only 3 years ago. Like Max, he'd moved north from the southern states of the U.S. For the most part, he seemed like a jovial guy, but the sheer size of his biceps that looked more like the barrel end of a tank left no room for misinterpretation. This guy was lethal. Then there was Dahl. Former Marine turned private contractor, served more tours overseas than years in the U.S. and no one's sweetheart. While never interacting much outside of formalities, Kai knew the man had a particular distaste for him. Dahl was all meat and no charm. "Want to sit in a hand?" Dahl offered, and spittle from his sunflower seed-crammed mouth filled the corners of his lips. He must have been on his 4th or 5th run at quitting smoking. Last time Dahl tried to quit, 2 wall cats had turned up with bruises, and they'd had to replace one of the flat-screen TVs downstairs. "No thanks," Kai said with his arms crossed over his.
Censored.
His eyes were still focused on the door as if mentally begging it to open. Eliana and Max to walk out laughing and hugging, claiming it was all one big misunderstanding. "Suit yourself, KD," Dahl said, and seeing the younger man's slightly worried expression, leaned over to Sammy. "Think she's sucking his?"
Censored.
Sammy laughed at the question, and Kai's blazing eyes turned to Dahl, who only shuffled the deck in his hand and began dealing out cards. "If she's smart, she'll suck his."
Censored.
"Shut up," Kai said sternly, and at the reaction Dahl only smiled. Sammy, who didn't care in the least who won this argument, leaned back in his chair to enjoy the drama. "Yeah, he's probably got her under that desk right now, balls deep in her mouth, a handful of hair. Think she swallows?" I said shut up. Kai yelled as he grabbed the edge of the square table and flung it aside. Cards and cash went flying. Even Dahl's ashtray of spit-covered empty sunflower seed shells sprayed around the floor. Dahl sat quietly for a moment, then stood so abruptly his chair crashed to the floor behind him. "You want to go, pretty boy?" Dahl asked and shoved Kai's.
Censored.
"Whatever shuts you up," Kai retorted and shoved him back. Dahl swung and hit Kai in the jaw with his rock-like fist, and Kai tackled him and landed 2 punches to his ribs before they hit the ground. "Knock it off," Sammy said, grabbing Kai by the shoulder and hoisting him to his feet. Dahl was laughing as he sat reclined on the floor, thoroughly enjoying his ability to get under Kai's skin. "Don't worry, pretty boy. I'm sure that whore will save a mouthful for you," Dahl taunted, and Kai lunged for him again only to be held back by Sammy. That was when Kai heard Eliana scream. Shoving Sammy off, Kai vaulted over Dahl and crashed through the door to Max's office. Eliana was bent over Max's desk, her face held firmly to the top of it by one of the other enforcers, and her left arm twisted behind her back. The other man, Barrett, had both handguns aimed at her while Max stood in front of her with a blank expression. Kai's eyes must have looked wild because Barrett turned one gun to aim at him, and it was then Kai realized he'd drawn his own weapon. "Put that gun away, son," Max said to Kai in his snake-like calm. "I was just explaining to Miss Granville her options. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to reiterate for me." "Kai," Eliana said in a pleading voice as she barely managed to look at him. Her face was red and eyes were leaking tears. The way her arm was pinned behind her back was dangerously close to dislocating her shoulder, and he could tell she was in extreme pain. "Kai," she begged again. "Do what he says, Eli," Kai said, holstering his gun. While Eliana may have been pinned to the desk, they were both backed into a corner, and at this moment, Eliana needed Kai to be the rock. If he lost his cool, he'd lose his position with Max, and it was likely the favor he garnered with the senior demon that was keeping her alive. Sound advice, Miss Granville, Max agreed and placed a hand on Kai's shoulder. Your friend here is trying to keep you alive. I'd listen to him if I were you. Eliana let out a short sob as she struggled to keep her feet under her. The least movement sent white-hot pain through her shoulder and back to the point she could hardly breathe. What hurt more than that was the vacant expression on Kai's face. She had expected him to come barreling in, shoot these a-holes and be done with it. Instead, he was siding with them. It was enough to break her. All right? What was that? Max asked coyly. All right. Eliana yelled. I'll do it. Very good, Miss Granville, Max said, and the moment he did, the enforcer at her back released her arm. Eliana collapsed to the floor, and her hand immediately flew to her sore shoulder. Kai moved forward to help her up, but she pushed him away, much to Max's amusement. Now, I'd hate to be the cause of a lover's quarrel. Don't be too hard on the kid, Miss Granville. Kai is my most loyal soldier. Max moved back to his desk and took a seat in the chair. Opening the top drawer to light another cigar, he gathered the papers and handed them to Eliana, who snatched them away. We're not lovers, she argued. Turning her scathing glare back to Kai, she sent every ounce of hatred and anger into him that she felt in that moment. We're not even friends. Well, see now, that's too bad, Max cooed and snapped his fingers. The two enforcers began cleaning up the mess on the desk and gathering the boxes of case evidence from the floor to take outside. You may not know this, but Kai has kept his eye on you all these years. Both Eliana and Kai looked back at Max. Oh sure, he made what? 6 trips down to Cambridge to see you. Kai never came to visit me, Eliana said in confusion, but when she looked back at Kai, he had a guilty expression. No. Max asked, but clearly he already knew the answer. Didn't you know he was the anonymous benefactor of the All Saints Scholarship you were awarded 4 years in a row? Eliana's small gasp echoed her shock as she looked at Kai for the truth of it. His inability to hold her gaze was all the answer she needed. I'm going to be sick, Eliana said, and felt so lightheaded she had to lean over Max's desk. Oh dear, we've exhausted our new lawyer. Kai, be a good sport and take Miss Granville home. Home? She asked, thinking of her house back in New Hampshire. Max? Kai said as equal parts warning and request. Now, was all Max said with a wave of his hand. Kai knew exactly what Max meant, and he also knew this was likely to tear Eliana apart. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders and began leading her out of the room. I expect a full update in 1 week, Miss Granville. Neither of them replied, and Kai sent one last look back at Max, who was grinning like a cat who'd caught the canary. This man was pure evil. The two enforcers followed them outside, and back to Kai's car, where they loaded the 2 cardboard boxes of casework into the trunk. Kai helped Eliana into the passenger side of the car, and she didn't look at him once as he retraced their route back down Hell Hollow Road and into town. Eliana was past the point of tears, and was firmly rooted into a level of anger she didn't know she possessed. Had her entire life been one big lie? What made matters worse was that her father was no longer around to scream at. She was so angry, she didn't even notice the familiarity of the roads until they were pulling into a driveway. Eli, Kai said softly, and she let out a bitter laugh that bordered on hysterical as she observed her childhood home. Kai reached for her hand, but she ignored it as she exited the car and slammed the door. She nearly ripped the back door off the hinge as she yanked it open and retrieved her suitcase. Kai quickly followed as she was stomping toward the front door. If this doesn't ice the freaking cake, she muttered. Obviously, Max would house her here. In this 9th circle of hell reserved for treachery and betrayal, the new catchphrases of her life. Was she really ready to re-enter the home that had housed the worst years of her life? Turning the knob to pull the front door open, she was met with a latched lock. Tugging on it angrily, she screamed in frustration when it wouldn't open. Here, Kai offered as he used one of the keys on his keychain. It slid easily into the lock and turned. With a click, it unlatched the bolt, and he opened the door for her to enter first. Eliana shoved her way inside and slammed her suitcase on the floor of the foyer. How many times had she found her dad passed out just inside this doorway? When Kai flicked the light on, Eliana was surprised to see the house was almost completely renovated. New hardwood floors, fresh paint on the walls instead of old wallpaper. The living room to her right was redecorated with expensive furniture and what smelled to be freshly steam-cleaned carpet. The fireplace had been gutted and replaced with a gas-powered one that Kai turned on with a remote. The walls that had previously been bare were now lined with decorative paintings and photographs. There was even wax fruit in a bowl on the coffee table. Eliana felt like a stranger in her home. "Who lives here?" Eliana asked and felt her skin crawling with discomfort. Everything felt so entirely wrong. "No one really," Kai said, standing next to the fireplace. He'd hoped it would cast a homier ambiance for her. "We own a lot of houses in town. It keeps things in the family. Max likes to control who moves in and out of town." "So you had nothing to do with this?" she asked, glaring at him. Kai looked away. Eliana scoffed and crossed her arms as she moved toward the kitchen. The front door opened again as the enforcers from before entered and set the boxes on the dining room table between matching silver candlesticks and under the new chandelier. The one who had been pinning Eliana against the desk whispered something to Kai, and Eliana watched nervously as both of their eyes turned to her. What payment was she required to offer now? Kai shook his head and said something to the enforcer, who nodded before handing Kai something. Eliana felt momentarily relieved as the two of them left, and Kai locked the door behind them. He walked slowly toward her, and she held her ground near the table as he approached. Holding his hand out to show her what he'd been given, Eliana felt outrage well up in her again. "Wrist or ankle?" he asked with a hard swallow. In his hand, he held what Eliana recognized as a house arrest bracelet that was already lit with a red blinking light. "You're joking," she said coldly. "I'm not wearing that. Max thinks you're a flight risk." "I am." "You can't run, Eli," Kai protested. "Are you going to shoot me?" she asked with hands on her hips. "Go ahead, Kai, shoot me. I'd rather it be you than one of Max's Goombas out there." "I'm not going to shoot you, but you do have to wear this." "No." "Yes." "No." Kai growled in frustration and grabbed her wrist to slide it on. She yanked her hand away, and when he reached for her again, she slapped him. Kai stared at her for a moment, his temper rising. He grabbed Eliana and pushed her onto the dining room table, the candlesticks clattering to the floor before dropping to slide the monitor onto her ankle, but before he could, she slid off and started walking away from him in indignation. "Ow!" she yelled when he grabbed her arm and yanked her backward, and she bumped into his.
Censored.
Shoving him hard enough for him to step backward, she slapped him again. Kai's jaw clenched. He'd been hit in the face one too many times today. Eliana cried out as Kai slammed her into the wall, the picture next to her crashing to the ground, the wood frame splintering. When he took her wrist, forcing the bracelet on, she immediately pulled it off and threw it across the room. "Damn it!" Kai yelled and took her by the neck to hold her against the wall. His grip was tight enough to hold her in place, but not enough to choke her, and she dared him with her eyes to try. His nostrils were flaring as he struggled to keep his temper in check. The fire in her eyes was smoldering, and Kai felt a sudden surge of
Censored.
So strong, he didn't even try to quell it. Moving his hand from her throat to the back of her neck, he joked her so her face was forced to look up at his at a painful angle. Eliana likewise returned the aggression and took fistfuls of his shirt. Her jaw was clenched and her breathing was coming out in short, angry rasps. She didn't know whether to bite until she tasted blood or knee him in the groin. Instead, she reached for his gun that was holstered behind his back. He beat her to the grab and twisted her arm behind her back, her
Censored.
Pressing up against him as he held her in place. Though it was the same arm from before, his grip was hardly as painful. When Eliana realized how much restraint his grip on her had by not snapping her arm in half the way she knew he could, she comprehended the heaves in his
Censored.
weren't just from rage but
Censored.
her eyes searched his, the heat between them ignited, and she tugged her handful of his shirt hard enough to bring his lips down to hers. Chapter 4.
This scene has been censored to provide a safe and enjoyable reading experience for everyone.
Eliana was laying on her side when the alarm on her phone chirped the next morning. The sun was just cresting the horizon, but there was enough light to fill the room. When she was a teenager, she'd always loved that her room was eastern-facing because the morning light was a cheerful wake-up call, but at this moment Eliana completely hated it. Her room had remained relatively untouched over the years. Whether that was a good thing or not, she didn't know. They'd had to leave town with no notice, so there were still a few trinkets on her dresser she hadn't seen in years. The same bathrobe hung on the back of the door, and her end table still housed her old books. The only new addition was the bedding. Her old comforter was a bright pink and white with matching striped sheets, but this new one was all white with blue sheets that matched the new paint on her walls. The old photographs she'd pinned to the walls, and the magazine clippings of lawyers, Harvard memorabilia, and inspirational quotes she'd hung to keep her motivated in school, were replaced with generic, hotel-looking artwork. The night before, she hadn't so much as turned the light on to examine anything. She'd faced enough ghosts in one day. Now that the sun was rising, she couldn't ignore the time capsule she'd slept in. While the rest of the house looked renovated, recarpeted and painted, this room had been touched up, but she could still see the pink stain under her desk where she'd spilled a bottle of nail polish when she was 10. Eliana groaned as she rolled onto her back. Her body was tense from the lack of gratification the night before. Letting out an angry sigh, she berated herself for how easily she'd given in to Kai. She'd bucked and pawed and opened her legs for him like a horny teenager. But hadn't he wanted her to? Or was he just a guy responding to a pathetically desperate and topless woman? Shivering, Eliana remembered how he'd felt. Despite her sense of humiliation at how he'd ultimately rejected her, she couldn't deny how if it were up to her, she would have stripped him.
Censored.
And rode him like a mechanical bull, right there on the dining room table. There was something so primal in the way she
Censored.
him. 10 years of pent-up
Censored.
tension did that to a girl. Hadn't Eliana had the same cravings for him in high school, after their first?
Censored.
Hell, the first time he'd seen her topless was in this very room. I guess not much has changed, she mused as she swung her legs out of bed. She froze when she looked down at her bare legs and saw the black apparatus around her ankle. Tugging at it, the monitor was secured in place and the red light was blinking exactly every 5 seconds. Kai had obviously snuck in her room after she'd fallen asleep and slid it on. Her indignation rose faster than a fat man's blood pressure, and she growled as she slammed her suitcase open and dressed. Her yellow bra was destroyed, so she opted for a cream bandeau under a white V-neck blouse. She spent 20 minutes and burned a few hundred calories trying to get her black skinny jeans over the ankle monitor. Her loud cursing must have alerted someone in the house, because she could hear movement downstairs before she finished brushing her hair, freshening her face, and leaving the room. Eliana could smell coffee brewing even before she got downstairs, and when she entered the kitchen, her eyes immediately landed on the dining room table. Her cheeks turned pink when she saw Kai stooped on the ground sweeping up the broken picture they'd knocked off the wall only hours before. "Hi," he said shortly as he stood up with a dustpan in one hand and a broom in the other. Eliana stared blankly at him before turning away and moving to a cabinet to retrieve a mug. She was pouring a cup from the practically brand-new coffee maker when Kai emptied the pan into the garbage under the sink and stood next to her. She made to turn away from him when he gently placed a hand on her arm. "Yes?" she asked harshly as she looked from his hand to his eyes. He'd obviously showered that morning because his hair was still wet, and he smelled of soap. "Don't be mad," he requested, and Eliana rolled her eyes. "Why would I be mad?" she asked sarcastically as she set her cup down and placed her hands on her hips. "Why would I be mad, Kai?" she asked again, and he braced for the impending lecture. Oh, you mean mad because my entire life has been a lie? Mad because when I thought I was finally escaping this town, I find out my entire adult life has been funded by the people who have been wanting to kill me? Mad because I got wrapped up in a sick crime lord's twisted game through no fault of my own, and now I have to work off a debt I never personally incurred? Mad because my childhood sweetheart lied to me for the last 10 years? Mad because rather than earning a scholarship on my own merit, I was actually the product of a scheme to ensure my law degree could be used to advance a criminal organization that said sweetheart practically runs? Or mad because despite all that, like a pathetic moron, I threw myself at him and actually asked him to F me on the dining room table of my childhood home that's been commandeered for the use of a motorcycle club? Mad? I'm not mad. I'm insane, she concluded, and Kai rubbed the back of his neck as he looked down at her. It's not as bad as all that, he tried to console. Eliana scoffed again, and when she turned away from him, he wrapped an arm around her midsection. She tried to pull away from him, but his grip was too tight. You're not a moron, Kai said gently in her ear, and she stilled. Taking the cue, he slowly turned her around to face him. Her expression was unreadable, but she was clearly listening to him. Eli, it's not that I didn't want you or that I don't want you, he corrected, but I'm not going to have you like some hookup. I promised you once that if we were going to be together, I'd do it right. Make it special. I'm not going back on that now. That's not up to you, Kai, Eliana said, backing up. You don't get to decide the wheres, whens, and hows of every detail in my life. If you want me, then you can either have me as I am or not at all. I'm not some dainty princess who wants to be coddled on a bed of rose petals, she said with a wave of her hand. You don't get to decide what makes something special. In fact, from here on out, you don't get to decide anything for me ever again. I'm sorry, he said, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I'm sorry you feel lied to and that you're caught in this. I get it if you don't believe me, but I was trying to shelter you from this. I've been climbing the ranks, waiting for Max to be out in order to suspend the contract on you and your dad. I never forgot about you or what you meant to me, what you still mean to me. You've got a funny way of showing it, Eliana muttered, and took up her mug again before sipping the black liquid. The brief silence was interrupted when her phone chimed. What was that? Kai asked, and Eliana pulled the device from her back pocket. Give me that, Kai said as he snatched it from her hand. Kai, she protested and reached for it. What do you think I'm going to do? Call the police? My guess is Max owns every cop in this town. You're not wrong, Kai admitted. We've had county sheriffs on the payroll for 6 years now. Exactly, Eliana continued. In the meantime, I still have a job back home. One that was expecting me in the office an hour ago. Now, either you let me call in and tell them I'm going to cash in my bereavement leave and likely vacation time, or my boss is going to know I'm missing. Want to know how fast a law firm of nosy and concerned lawyers can track someone down? Eliana held her hand out expectantly. Kai hesitated before handing it back to her. Fine, but no one else. Don't bring anyone else into this, for their sake as well as yours, Kai cautioned. Eliana took the phone and quickly punched in a text to her boss, Jason Nelson of Nelson, Watford and Shire. Knowing the older man was very fond of her, she didn't anticipate any problems taking the time off, although she wouldn't have minded if he sent the troops out looking for her. What now? Kai asked as she tucked the phone into her pocket and sat at the table. Now, Eliana began as she set her mug down and began pulling the first box in front of her. You're going to make breakfast and I'm going to get to work. The sooner I do, the sooner this nightmare is over, right? Right, Kai agreed, and he opened the refrigerator at the same time she opened the lid to the box. Chapter 5. Despite the warmer weather, Kai was reclining in the living room in the armchair in front of the lit fireplace. Greer was across from him, beer in hand, feet propped on the coffee table. He'd arrived the day before to help with babysitting, as he'd called it. It was late afternoon, and the two of them were chatting quietly. His eyes wandered across the foyer to where he could see Eliana at the dining room table. She was on the phone, clearly pleading with the person on the other line as she waved a piece of paper in the air. He could only make out every other word of her rant before she dropped the phone to the table. The other person must have hung up on her. In the last 5 days, she'd barely left that table. The boxes had long since been emptied of the paperwork and were now piled in some sort of organized mess that only Eliana could understand. From what he'd observed of her, she was incredible. Sifting through every piece of evidence that had been stacked against the two men, she insisted on working the case from the reverse. "If I can prosecute them, I can defend them," she'd said in a half-daze at 3 a.m. a few days ago. Even though he didn't have the faintest idea on how to be a lawyer, he knew what odds were, and they were definitely stacked against them. Eli Torres and Brock Crawford had not only been spotted at the bar in Portland, but video surveillance had them entering the back alley at 11:30, 10 minutes before reports of gunfire were called in, and the same camera showed them fleeing the scene before they were hauled in by police an hour later. Their guns, which had clearly been fired recently, were still on them. "I say those bastards are getting what they deserve," Greer commented as he swigged the last of his beer. "Torres and Crawford were real bastards." "That's no secret," Kai agreed. He was still watching Eliana. She was rubbing her neck, as though it
censored,
and she stood to pour herself another cup of coffee. That woman caffeinated like a junkie. "Think she can do it?" Greer asked as he reached over the table to check the contents of Kai's beer. Seeing it was empty, he frowned. "I don't know," Kai admitted. "You'd better have a backup plan if she can't," Greer suggested, and Kai looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "I know you, Kai," he said. "If Eliana can't get these guys off death row, you're not going to let Max kill her. You've been in love with her for years." "You're right, I won't let him kill her," Kai agreed. Greer stood and picked up both empty bottles. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," Kai said with a shrug. Greer nodded and made his way into the kitchen, where he tossed the bottles into the sink and opened the fridge to fetch more. He popped the lid to one and took a swig as he looked over at Eliana, who was leaning over the edge of the table reading a dissertation. The front of her blouse was coming down ever so slightly, and Greer glanced at Kai, who was texting on his phone, before returning his eyes to the supple skin he could just see the tops of. Feeling eyes on her, Eliana looked up to see Greer staring at her.
Censored.
And she quickly stood upright. Her eyes narrowed at him, and Greer shrugged as he'd been caught. "Want one?" he asked, referring to the beer in his hand. Eliana adjusted her glasses, pursed her lips, and didn't bother responding as she went back to work. Opening a second one, he walked over and set it in front of her. "My contribution to the war effort," he teased. "Thanks," Eliana said sarcastically as she moved it off the stack of papers he'd set it on. The condensation from the outside had left a ring on the paper. Sighing in frustration, she picked it up and began shaking it to dry the water. "You understand all this?" Greer asked, picking up a paper and reading over it. "It's not even English." "No," Eliana corrected and pulled the paper out of his hand. "Some of it is Latin." "Latin?" "Yes, Latin." "Who speaks Latin?" Greer asked, leaning on the table. "Lawyers and doctors," Eliana replied shortly. "It's a dead language. You know, dead. Like I'm going to be, if I don't have this done in the next 2 days." Her short tone was an indication she wanted him to leave her alone. Greer wasn't catching the hint. "Kai won't let Max kill you," Greer said, picking at the label on his bottle. "He's still in love with you." "He's got a funny way of showing it," Eliana stated, still distracted by something she was reading. "If Max would do us all a favor and die, we could get this mess taken care of a lot easier," Greer commented, and Eliana looked up from the stack. "If so many people want him dead, why doesn't someone just kill him?" she asked, only half sarcastically. "Not the way it works," Greer said, turning around to face her more fully. "Max gets effed, it'd be anarchy. Every officer would claim a bid for his throne. It'd be like the incident with the defectors, times 100. The whole club would collapse if Max didn't appoint a predecessor." "You say that like it's a bad thing," Eliana said, standing upright. She surpassed her coffee and grabbed the beer he'd brought her. Lifting his bottle in a small salute, they both drank. It may not be bad for you, but it'd be bad for a lot of people. The screaming demons are the main source of income and jobs in this town. You might live, but a lot of others would lose their livelihood. Livelihood that's supported by crime? I don't feel bad about that, she said, removing her glasses and tossing them onto the table. For a lawyer, you're pretty ignorant. Excuse me? You talk like everything is black and white, and it's not. The law is pretty clear. The law is open to interpretation. That's how you have a job, Greer interrupted. Not everything is right or wrong. There can be a wrong way to do the right thing, and a right way to do the wrong thing. We live in a world of gray areas. Sooner you see that, the better off you'll be. Like these two murdering that man in an alley? Eliana asked, holding up the file with the mugshots. Maybe he had it coming, Greer offered. Maybe he did, but what about the 7 people caught in the crossfire during the police shootout? 3 of them died, 1 is paralyzed, and 1 of them is brain dead. Did they have it coming? Probably not, Greer said, shrugging again. The cops shot too. Their bullets do damage, just like anyone else's. You'll find a reason to justify anything with that attitude, Eliana argued, and Greer smiled. Exactly, it's how I manage to walk through life guilt-free. Sighing in frustration, she looked away from him. She wasn't going to argue morality with someone who clearly didn't have a conscience. Any progress? Kai asked as he entered the room. Eliana placed her hands on her hips, eyes narrowed. No, she said shortly. He could still feel her anger. She'd been wearing it like a second skin since she'd arrived. Keeping her sentences short and sure to never stand within his arm's reach, she was seething with contempt. I can't think in here anymore, she complained, running a hand through her hair. If I'm going to find anything, it isn't in here, she said, gesturing to the paperwork. I need to go to the crime scene. In Portland? It's only 2 hours away, she defended. Is my prison bracelet going to electrocute me if we go for a drive? I'll make a call, Kai said and grabbed his cut off the back of the chair he'd draped it on. I can drive you too, Greer offered and downed the rest of his beer. No thanks, Eliana said, reaching for her coat. I'm trying to get 2 people off for murder. I'm not up for defending a DUI while I'm at it. Kai laughed, and Greer glared at her as the two exited the house through the front door. Tossing his bottle angrily into the kitchen, it shattered against the cabinet, and he cursed. What are we looking for? Kai asked as he sat on the hood of his car and watched Eliana pacing the alley between brick buildings. She'd been mostly silent the entire car ride, and he was struggling to find a way to get her to talk. He could tell her mind was singularly focused on the case, and he couldn't blame her. Any way they painted the picture, someone's life was in danger. I don't know, Eliana admitted as she came to a stop next to one of the dumpsters. She was comparing the alley with a photograph of the crime scene in her hand. I've got an airtight case why these men are guilty, and no way to refute the evidence. You'll find something, Kai encouraged as he lit a cigarette. He saw Eliana's posture go rigid, and she dropped her arms to her sides. What is it? I won't, Kai, she said so quietly he almost didn't hear her. I'm not going to find what isn't here, she said, turning slowly to face him. Her eyes were filling with tears, and he pushed himself off his car to walk toward her. Hey, come on, we'll think of something. There isn't anything, don't you get it? She asked angrily. I've been handed an airtight case. These two have exhausted all of their appeals, been sentenced twice, and have spent the last 13 months on death row. The taxpayers aren't going to fund any more trials. The district attorney personally oversaw this case. 2 officers were killed during the shootout. People are out for blood. At best, I can petition the mayor for a stay of execution, but without any new evidence, they don't stand a chance of even being considered for a lesser sentence, let alone having the charges dropped. Can we refute any of the evidence? Kai asked. There's testimony from 10 witnesses that these men were causing a scene in the bar, and got into a verbal and physical altercation with the victim before they chased him into the alley and shot him. Then, rather than surrendering when they were caught, they engaged in a shootout in a public location. The list of charges is longer than the city's census. I'm effed, Eliana yelled, and threw the papers in her hands. Come here, Kai said, taking her by the shoulders and pulling her into a hug. She didn't return the gesture, but she didn't pull away either. He's going to kill me, Eliana choked out, and Kai gripped her tighter. You let me worry about Max, Kai said, and his mind was already churning, trying to think of anything that might help. Let's just go, Eliana said, pulling back to look up at him. Let's get in the car and drive away. I doubt that would work, Kai told her. Max would hunt both of us down and kill us. He's got a thing about loyalty. Oh, he's got a thing for loyalty, Eliana said with a bitter laugh and backed away from him. What's that supposed to mean? We could do it, Kai. We could get in your car and drive to the border and never look back, but you're scared. I'm scared? Yes, you're terrified. I can see it on your face, she said, dismissing him with a hand. What am I supposed to be scared of? He asked, crossing his arms. You're terrified to lose your status, Eliana replied. You've built yourself a little kingdom up here in Maine with your biker buddies and your club, and you don't want to lose it. You have no idea what you're talking about, he scoffed. Oh, don't I? She retorted. This is exactly the way it was before when we were in high school. You'd found a modicum of approval from Max, and you didn't want to give that up for anyone or anything. You'd make some grand statement that you were doing it for me, for us, for love, but it was all bullshit. You were doing it for yourself. Harboring some underlying daddy issue, you wanted this life. You needed this life. So you've got it all figured out, Kai said, challenging her with his height. Poor, lost, pathetic little foster nobody. Kai really just wanted a place to belong, is that it? You had a place you belonged, Eliana countered, not backing down from him. You belonged with me. I begged you to come away with me. I had everything we needed, but it wasn't enough for you. I wasn't enough for you. You're wrong, you're so wrong, he spat. I wasn't going to move into your college apartment like some charity case, following you around while you made something of your life. And in case you forgot, that life was still financed by Max's stolen merchandise. Make all the excuses you want, Kai. You're scared of trying to make it on your own. You've set all your ambitions on taking over the screaming demons, and nothing will deter you from that. God knows I'm going to meet with Max in 2 days, and he'll probably tell you to shoot me yourself. And you know what? I bet you'll do it. I bet you'll use that gun tucked behind your back to blow my brains out, and then you'll mop the floor for him. You're stupid if you think that's true. I've been the one keeping you safe all these years. If you hadn't made it through law school, do you think Max would have waited this long to keep his hands off you? He would have hauled you and your dad in years ago and killed you. Then or now, what's the difference? Eliana said, shaking her head. Either way, in 2 days I'm dead. I can't win this case. Maybe I just don't care anymore. What did you say? Kai asked, his brows furrowing. I've lost everything, Kai, she stated. There's no going back from this, and we both know it. Either I'm dead in 2 days, or I spend the rest of my life working for Max. He's not the kind of guy to just forgive a debt, and you know it. My whole life has been a lie. I'm never going to get back to my life in New Hampshire, and the man I was in love with won't get in that car with me and drive away. What's the point? There was a resignation to her voice that shook Kai to the core. Where are you going? He asked as she sulked past the car toward the entrance to the alley. She stopped and pointed to her left. I'm going into that bar to get drunk, she stated. Either come with or kill me now. When Kai didn't move at first, she laughed bitterly and held both arms out to make his kill shot easier. Kai sighed and pressed the lock button on his car. I'll buy. Chapter 6. Eliana couldn't help fidgeting with the hem of her pink shirt, as she once again found herself in the all-white office, standing before the man who held her life in the palm of his hand. Not unlike the stone hand that held a bird just behind her. The same two men stood at the door as before, but this time Kai was next to her. Though his presence offered her some comfort, she was still barely a step above terrified when Max looked up at her. He was obviously displeased. "I must say I'm disappointed, Miss Granville," Max said, closing the paperwork. "I give you 5 days and this is the best you can do? The chance of a technicality?" "There's a massive flaw in that logic," Eliana defended. "A team of prosecutors had 6 months to build a case, and you give me 5 days with no access to a team or original evidence bags, and you expect me to debunk a DA. I didn't take you for a religious man, Mr. Strong. What you're asking for would be nothing short of an act of God." "What I expect, Miss Granville, is that when I give an order it is carried out," Max said, slamming a hand on the desk. The sound made Eliana jump, but she stuck to her guns. "I've done that," she declared. "The victim Hugo Mortis was not only shot, he was stabbed. Only the gun was found. If we can submit a subpoena for the autopsy, and have an independent coroner determine the cause of death was a stabbing and not a bullet wound, then we have the new evidence required to go back to trial. Suppose the petition is denied." "Suppose it's accepted," she countered. "That doesn't take care of the charges that ensued during the shootout. It was the death of those 2 badges that earned them the chair. What do you propose we do about that?" His voice was full of agitation, and the oxygen tank he was breathing from was working overtime the way he was huffing and puffing. "If we can get a retrial, then we use the witness statements to create a reasonable doubt that Torres and Crawford shot first." "Self-defense against the police?" Max asked indignantly. "That's a long shot. Torres is Hispanic, Crawford's mom was full-blood Inuit. If we play the racial profiling card, the jury will squirm. It's a hot topic these days, and they won't shy away from a hate crime by armed officers who, according to their profiles, are all white." If, that's all I'm hearing are ifs," Max snapped and yanked the tube from his nose. "Do you or do you not have a solid case for me?" Eliana glanced at Kai, who kept his stoic gaze forward. With a shaky sigh, Eliana shook her head no. Max made a gesturing motion to the 2 men at the door, and one of them opened it. Kai visibly tensed when Dahl walked in. Their bad blood was still bubbling under the surface. What made Eliana visibly pale was the gun he wore on his right hip. Dahl walked forward, his shoulder slamming into Kai's as he did. "It seems Miss Granville is unable to fulfill her end of the bargain," Max said coolly as he walked around to the other side of his desk to stand in front of Dahl. "I think you know what needs to be done." Eliana looked worryingly at Kai, who remained infuriatingly placid, even when Dahl began reaching for his side. She stepped backward when Dahl turned toward her, but instead of the gun from his holster he held his cell phone. From his position, barely an arm's length away, she could hear the phone ringing from the other end. "Steward?" he asked when the other person picked up. "It's done, light it up." There was muttering on the other end of the phone, and Dahl hung up. He slid his phone back into his pocket, looked Eliana up and down once more, and brushed past them as he left. "That's it?" Eliana asked when the room fell silent. Max was sitting on the edge of his desk with arms folded. "What did you expect? An execution?" There was a tension in his voice she guessed was either aggravation or condescension. "In case you hadn't noticed, I have a particular way I like to keep my office," he said, stepping toward her. "It wouldn't do to have your brains splattered all over my clean carpet." Max lifted a hand to brush her cheek, and she flinched. "Then what?" Her question was cut short when Max backhanded her. The hit knocked her head to the side, but her shock made her eyes fly back to his. Seeing it as defiance, Max drew his arm back and punched her straight in the mouth. With a short cry, the blow sent her to the floor, and before she could gather herself, he used his foot to shove her onto her back and pinned her by the throat. Eliana choked on the pressure and tried to push his foot off, but that only made him press down harder. Her vision began to swim, and her eyes frantically looked to Kai. "Max," Kai said with pleading in his voice, and his hand twitched toward his own gun. "Don't cross me, boy. You'd be dead before you chambered a bullet," Max warned, pointing at him. From the door, both enforcers had their automatic weapons drawn on him. Eliana felt near passing out, her legs kicking wildly as she tried to free herself. Besides, I've decided to give her another chance, Max said and removed his foot. Gasping for air, her hand flew to her neck. Eliana rolled onto her side and feared she may vomit. "Don't touch me," she rasped out when Kai tried to help her up. Max laughed as he watched the interaction. "Don't be too mad at the boy," Max said, sitting on the edge of his desk again. "It's him you have to thank for me not wringing that pretty neck of yours." Eliana looked at Max in confusion, her hand still clutching her throat. "He told me all about your assessment of the situation. Having a high-profile case so closely linked to the club would not serve our best interests." "So you never wanted me to get them acquitted?" she asked, and her throat hurt terribly when she tried to talk. "Was this all part of your sick game?" "Don't test me, Miss Granville," Max warned. "I wanted Torres and Crawford free, but those two jackasses had to get themselves caught on camera and tried to shoot their way out. If there's no way to get the charges dismissed completely, they've secured their own fate. As I told you before, I won't have them tied to our organization. If you leave them in prison, what's going to stop them from talking?" Eliana asked, as she felt her vision finally restored. "If they have dirt on you, the DA will offer them a deal." "Oh, they've already been offered a deal," Max stated, and bit down on the cigar that had previously been smoldering from the ashtray on his desk. "But don't you worry, they won't last the night," he said, blowing out a puff of smoke. "There's going to be a fight in their cell block. Poor guys won't make it." "You'll kill your men just like that?" she asked in morbid shock. "A better question to ask is, if I'm willing to kill my own men, what will I be willing to do to you if you let me down, Ogden? That's a question you'd better spend the next 48 hours thinking very carefully on," Max advised. "I've got nearly a dozen guys sitting in county cells. I want to be released. I'll get you the information, you get it done." "That's my second chance?" Eliana asked. "No, that's what you're going to do while I consider keeping you on the payroll or killing you," he answered, pointing at her with his cigar. "It couldn't hurt your case to get them released. Even better if you get State Patrol off my back." "So that's it? I stay caught in the web of your agenda? I free a dozen men and you'll what, let me go? Send me home?" "Why don't I believe that?" she asked with a wave of nausea crashing into her. Max approached her once again, and she visibly cringed when he trailed a finger along the red mark on her throat. "You're a smart woman," he observed in a low tone. The sickly sweet smell of his cigar was near as suffocating as his boot. "What did I say about blood on the carpet?" he asked and ran his thumb over her swollen lip where he'd struck her. The blood from her lip covered his thumb, and he licked it off. Eliana nearly gagged. "Get her home," he ordered shortly, and Kai didn't hesitate to take Eliana's arm and pull her from the room. Kai was quickly pulling her out of the compound and back toward his car when Eliana collapsed. It had rained the night before, and the slick ground and her shaking body contributed to her slip. Kai reached for her and she shoved him away as she stood. "This is all your fault," she screamed and slammed her fists on his.
Censored.
"You just stood there. You stood there and did nothing." Eliana was bordering on hysterical, and she didn't notice the small crowd from the bar watching the interaction. Kai felt powerless to do anything. All right, let's break it up." Eliana felt a hand on her shoulder, and through her tears, she saw Jez standing behind her. She'd been helping to unload the shipping truck of beer crates when she'd seen the interaction. "No need for the theatrics, my girl," she suggested, and nodded toward the tough-looking crowd of bikers who were watching them. "I don't care," she argued and used the back of her hand to wipe her face. The rough action reopened the cut on her lip. "You will when the guys see you beating up their VP. Whose defense do you think they're going to come to, sweetie?" Eliana only quieted as a response. "KD, get yourself inside and order a round of drinks on the house. I'll take her to get cleaned up." Feeling she didn't have a say in the matter, like anything else in her life at the present, Eliana followed Jez through the back entrance of the bar, not bothering to look back at Kai, who was watching her walk away with desperation in his eyes. Jez led her straight into what must have been her office and gestured for her to sit. Eliana remained standing as Jez entered the bathroom to fetch something. The office was small. Likely a renovated section of the storage room, but it had a desk, a 3-seat couch, a mini fridge, and 2 bookshelves. Eliana picked up the framed photo off the desk. It was a younger version of Jez in a hospital bed, holding a baby wrapped in a pink blanket. "You're a nosy one, aren't you?" Jez asked as she re-entered the room. In one hand she had a first aid kit, and in the other she had a black bag that was sealed with a zipper. "Hazard of being a lawyer," Eliana admitted. Jez once again instructed her to sit, and this time Eliana took a seat on the couch after returning the photo. "Is that your son?" "Yes," Jez replied shortly as she opened the kit and took out a cotton swab she doused with disinfectant. It stung when she pressed it to the cut, on the corner of Eliana's mouth. "He's in Texas with his father," Jez said before Eliana could ask the question. "I haven't seen him since he was 4. He'll be 16 in September." "Why so long?" Eliana questioned. "Why do you care?" Jez asked flatly, and turned to clean the cut under Eliana's left eye. "Bastard Max always has to wear that damn ring, doesn't he?" she asked rhetorically. "How did you know Max did this?" "I've been around a long time, baby girl, cleaned up a lot of faces. You start to recognize a man's handiwork. Believe it or not, you're one of the lucky ones." "What kind of hellhole is this?" Eliana asked, feeling resentment rise in her. If she had the choice, she'd burn the whole place down and roast a marshmallow over the coals. "The worst kind, and don't you forget it," Jez advised. "You want to know why I haven't seen my son? Because I don't want him anywhere near this place, and if that means he is nowhere near me, then so be it." "Why don't you just leave?" Eliana asked, and Jez paused to look her straight in the eye. "You've no idea what this place really is, do you?" Eliana couldn't answer, and Jez chuckled bitterly. "That's good, baby, that means there's hope for you. The less you know, the better. Just don't go mistaking Max's restraint for mercy. He likes to toy with his hellcats." "I'm not a..." "Sure you are," Jez interrupted. "You may not look the part, but he owns you now. Consider this your brand," she said, tapping the cut on her cheek. "So take my advice, do what he asks, don't talk back, and always try to be useful. The second you're not, you disappear." Eliana wanted to ask a million more questions, beg for help even, but her anxiety and dread had overtaken her again. "Now, let me show you how to apply makeup to cover those bruises." Jez unzipped the black bag that held several different shades of concealer for all skin tones. At that moment Eliana knew Jez was right. She'd done this hundreds of times. "Thank you," she said softly when Jez was finished. Her face hurt terribly, and Eliana was even more grateful when the older woman handed her 2 painkillers and a shot of vodka to wash it down. "You're welcome," Jez said sincerely. "Can I give you one more piece of advice?" she asked, and Eliana shrugged. "Be nicer to that kid out there." "Kai? Why?" "You aren't the only one who's gotten wrapped up in this mess. It's a hell of a lot easier to get pulled in than to climb your way out. That boy would die for the people he loves, and something tells me he's got it bad for you." "Did Ebony tell you that?" Eliana asked sarcastically. "Jealousy makes any woman look ugly," Jez said, pouring her own glass. "You give him a reason, baby, and he'll take good care of you. KD isn't like the rest of the dogs out there. He's managed to hold on to something good inside. Something pure. Something strong. You give him a reason and he'll fight for you." Eliana sat silent for a long moment, cradling her glass. When the glass was empty, she handed it back to Jez and slowly made her way back outside where she saw Kai anxiously waiting. "Take me home," she asked softly, and he took her hand in his to lead her away. Chapter 7. Kai had opted for his motorcycle instead of the SUV when he'd taken them back to the house. Something in him had needed the release of an adrenaline rush, and the way he tore through town like hell on wheels had given him that. Eliana had clung to him in terror as he'd reached maximum speed on the straight roads. The wind had whipped around her, and the spray of water that still lingered on the road sprayed like a muddy shower. When they reached her old neighborhood, he slowed and pulled his bike to a stop in the driveway. Although still shaken, Eliana was grateful to be back to the familiar location. Her legs had cramped from how firmly she had been gripping them. She noticed the mud splattered on the helmet she wore when she handed it back to Kai. He practically slammed it onto the handlebar of his bike. Eliana was first inside. The light in the kitchen was still on from earlier, so she headed that direction. The paperwork from the old cases was still littering the table, so with nothing else to occupy her, she began picking them up and shoving them back into boxes. The door slammed, startling her, and Kai threw his keys onto the kitchen counter. She had every intention of ignoring him, but he walked straight up to her and took her by the chin. "Stop," she protested and pushed his hand away. "Let me see," he insisted in an agitated tone. She let him hold her chin again, while he looked her slightly swollen face over. "Does it hurt?" "No," she lied and turned away from him. The image of him standing idly by while Max had nearly choked her to death still bothered her. "You're lying, I'll get you some ice," Kai said and paced to the freezer where he pulled out a white tray. He grabbed the towel from the handle of the oven and began plopping the cubes in the folds. "Good idea, grab some ice." "Put it on your conscience," Eliana suggested. "Hopefully it hurts worse than my face." Kai slammed his fist on the counter and let out 2 forceful breaths through his nose. "I didn't know he was going to hit you," Kai said through gritted teeth. "Now who's lying?" Eliana asked rhetorically as she continued stacking the papers. "You know what Max is like. You knew he was going to retaliate somehow. You said you were going to keep me safe. For all I knew, he was going to kill me." "Max doesn't like to personally get his hands dirty," Kai explained. "When I spoke with him, told him the dangers of taking this shit back to trial, I convinced him that you still had value. To give you another chance," Kai defended. "Another chance?" Eliana asked incredulously. "This wasn't even a first chance," she yelled and swatted the papers off the table. They blew through the air, and Kai let out a long breath as he waited for them to settle. "You're still alive, both of us are, I call that a win for today." "Don't expect me to thank you," Eliana muttered and placed both hands on the table. Kai walked over to her and placed a hand on her back. "I don't," he replied, rubbing gentle, soothing circles. His touch calmed her, and for the first time in 3 days she felt the tremors settle in her body. "I hate this. I hate feeling trapped." "I know you do," Kai said empathetically, and as she hadn't pushed him away, he took the chance to pull her closer. "That's how Max gets to you, though. He'll exploit any weakness he can find. Don't let him get into your head. Max isn't showing it, but he's desperate. This last heart attack nearly killed him. I have a feeling I know the players he's trying to get released. Call it a last-ditch effort, but he's making a final power play trying to ensure his legacy lives on." "I can't think about this anymore tonight," Eliana said, resting her forehead on his shoulder, his hands still attempting to massage the tension out of her muscles. "I just want to close my eyes and pretend we're 17 again. Does that sound stupid?" "No, baby," Kai answered, grinning down at her. "Close your eyes," he instructed, and she smiled as she did. Taking her left hand in his, he gently rocked her. He rested his chin on the top of her head, and Eliana wrapped her arm around his neck. "We're at prom. Missy just won prom queen, that awful DJ is playing watered-down oldies, and one of the soccer players just spiked the punch. Maybe I'll have a second glass then," Eliana laughed, and Kai wrapped her in a tight embrace before releasing her. "Your wish is my command," he said dramatically and opened the freezer for a second time. Instead of ice, this time he removed a bottle of vodka that frosted over when he set it on the counter. Pouring it into 2 glasses, they clinked glasses before drinking. "Easy, Tiger," Kai chuckled when she poured herself a second. "I think I've earned it," she replied and felt the warmth spreading through her abdomen as she drank. "In fact, I think I'm going to take the rest of this upstairs and climb into a hot bath." "You should eat something," he suggested, and Eliana shook her head. "I'm not hungry, just thirsty," she said, sloshing the liquid in the bottle. Kai watched her walk upstairs, the onslaught of alcohol making her hips sway just a little more. A few minutes later, He heard the water running upstairs and began pulling contents out of the refrigerator. Kai hadn't heard a sound from upstairs in nearly an hour. Tossing his phone onto the counter, he grabbed one of the plates from the table he had set and made his way upstairs. He'd been hoping Eliana would come back down, wanting to fill her stomach with more than vodka, so he'd cooked a pot of spaghetti and lit the candlesticks. An hour after the shower had turned off, he lost patience in waiting. Eliana's door was ajar, so he nudged it with his foot, balancing a plate in one hand and a bottle of wine with 2 glasses in the other. He nearly dropped all of them when he saw Eliana standing at her mirror in nothing but blue lace underwear. She was distracted as she held a book in her hand she was reading, and Kai barely managed to duck back out of the room and knock before he was spotted. "Hold on," Eliana called, and Kai grinned as the image of her plump ass in those panties still filled his mind. "Come in." Kai entered more loudly this time. She had pulled on an oversized cotton t-shirt and had slid under the covers of her bed. "Thought you might have drowned," he joked. "I brought food." I'm starved," Eliana said, accepting the plate from him. "Carbs, you read my mind." Giving him a flirty wink, she grabbed the fork, took a mouthful. "Aren't you eating?" she asked, and had to cover her mouth with her hand as it was full of food. "Mine's downstairs," he said, and stepped toward the door. Stay," she protested and caught his hand. "Plenty here for 2, she said, and offered him the plate back. Kai smiled and kicked the door shut, before plopping on the bed next to her and taking the fork. "What were you reading?" he questioned. "Huh?" Eliana asked, as she tried to pull the wine cork off with her teeth. Kai caught himself. He wasn't supposed to have seen her. "That?" he said, recovering quickly as he pointed to the white book on the vanity. "It's still open, figured you were reading it." "Oh," Eliana said and slid out of bed. Though the shirt was long, it wasn't long enough to deprive him another peek of cheek. "Believe it or not," she began and nearly tripped back into the bed. Kai had to set the plate on the nightstand to keep it from spilling as she dived back under the covers. "This is my old diary," she concluded and flipped through a few pages. "Nothing but Harvard, Harvard, Harvard." "Oh no," Kai said and stopped her on a page. "I see my name." Eliana tugged the book away from him. "No way, that's private," she said, squirming as he reached over her for it. "Come on, what does it say?" "It's about me, I should get to know." He was practically laying on her now, and using his long arms, he grabbed it from her. "Kai." Eliana laughed. "I can't breathe." He rolled onto his back and held the diary up to read it. Eliana reached for it, but he joked it away. "Kai Driscoll is so handsome," he read in an exaggerated tone. "I never wrote that." Grabbing it out of his hands, she tossed it into the open closet across the room. Kai tucked an arm behind his head and laughed as Eliana glared down at him. "You sure?" he asked coyly. Her hair was still damp, and small beads of water dripped onto his.
Censored.
Eliana shifted so she was laying on her side, head propped up on her arm. "Maybe once," she admitted, and her eyes dropped from his. When he didn't say anything, she looked back up at him, and he was grinning with enough ego to thicken the air in the room. "Narcissist," she insulted. "You say that like it doesn't turn you on," he goaded, looking like a lazy cat lounging on the bed. Eliana's eyes dropped again, but her arms slowly draped over his abdomen. When he shifted toward her ever so slightly, she sat farther up so she was leaning over him. "Maybe a little," she said in a lowered tone. Her eyes met his and she ducked her head to
Censored.
him. His free arm wrapped around her back and pulled her against him. In truth, the page he'd stumbled upon was an entry from the only night they'd had together, sleeping in each other's arms. In this very bed. She'd written in explicit detail everything she wished they'd done. Now, with her mind already on that subject and the very man beneath her, she couldn't hold back. Kicking free of the covers, she snaked her freshly shaven leg between his. Her lips were insistent, and Kai had to catch his breath when her
Censored.
pushed into his mouth. She tasted like the white wine he'd brought up, and her hair smelled as intoxicating as she tasted. Kai slid his hand under the back of her loose blouse. Her skin was still heated from the bathwater, and was silky smooth. With a firm press of his hand on her lower back, she moved to straddle his hips. Eliana couldn't tell who moaned first, but the reverberation moved through both of them. His hands dropped to her hips, and she needed no more encouragement to start grinding into him. The rough texture of his jeans and the firmness of his body between her legs was sending pulses of
censored
into her. The rocking motion of her hips against his had started applying pressure in just the right spot. Without breaking there,
censored.
Kai sat up and tucked her more tightly across his lap. His hands dropped lower to grab 2 handfuls of the lace-covered ass that was making him hard. Her moans were growing more urgent, and when she had to break the
censored
in order to catch her breath, Kai used the moment to start nibbling at her throat. He could feel her pulse point pounding beneath his
censored
as he tasted her skin. Her
censored
was soft in his hand, and she grabbed a handful of his hair to tip his head back, claiming his mouth again. Eliana's eagerness, if not all-out enthusiasm, when she yanked his shirt off over his head was making his blood surge in a singular direction. She shifted so her weight was on her knees, and when the heat of her V brushed his stomach, a growl erupted through him. Eliana gasped when he gave her backside a hard smack, before flipping her over so she was crushed against the mattress. The feel of his muscular torso under her daring fingers was making the fabric of her panties wet with yearning. "Christ," Kai groaned when her hand moved from his abdomen to his groin where she took hold of his length, the heel of her hand rubbing enough to make his mind go blank. "I want you," she crooned into his ear. "I want you right now." "Eli." "Don't," she interrupted and pushed his shoulder enough so they could meet each other's eyes. "I'm already stuck in one game, don't put me in another one. We can't keep pushing ourselves to the edge and not taking the leap. I'm ready, Kai, I want you." "I know you feel ready," he said, trying to collect his thoughts. She hadn't yet removed her hand from his erection, making coherency hard to come by. "So stop fighting it," she whispered against his lips, her hand rubbing him more intentionally. He let her continue a moment longer, enjoying the sensation before he took her wrist and pinned it above her head.
This scene has been censored to provide a safe and enjoyable reading experience for everyone.
"Wait," she said, her eyes popping open. "What about you?" "I need to make a phone call," he interrupted, knowing where she was going with that sentence. "A phone call? Right now?" "You're joking," she said, rolling over onto her back. Kai was already standing, and retrieved his shirt from the floor before pulling it on. "Kai," she asked with furrowed brows, the blanket pulled up to her.
Censored.
He walked back over to her, and tucked a finger under her chin and
Censored.
her. "Eat that," he said, nodding to the plate of unfinished spaghetti. "I've already eaten my dinner." With a wolfish smile and wink, he breezed from the room, closing the door behind him. Eliana sat in the dark room for a long moment, trying to wrap her mind around his sudden departure. Ultimately, she scooted herself farther under the covers, tucked a pillow against her,
Censored.
and fell into a pertinently relaxed slumber. Kai had spent so long standing under the icy shower, he was almost positive there would be a water shortage in Maine. Towel drying his hair after his 3rd shower since the night before, he dressed in black jeans and a V-neck shirt. Having taken up residence in Henry's old room that had been completely gutted and cleaned, he grabbed a pair of riding boots from the closet where his clothes hung, and quietly made his way downstairs. It was still early, and he saw Eliana's door was closed when he passed. Thinking she was still asleep, he kept moving until he was at the bottom of the stairs. He balked, however, when he saw that Eliana was not only awake, she was dressed and hovering over the table where she was furiously writing on a legal pad. He cleared his throat as he stood in the archway and she looked up. "Good morning," he greeted. Eliana's face was expressionless, and she went back to what she was doing. "You're up early," he observed as he walked behind the island of the kitchen. "Couldn't sleep," she said shortly and opened an empty folder which she started filling with stacks from the table. "These the new files?" "Yes." "The guys must have dropped them off in the night," Kai said, picking up a paper and looking it over. "I'll make some coffee," he offered, but when he reached the pot he saw it was already full. He started to pour some into 2 mugs, when he noticed it was off. "It's old," Eliana stated without looking up. I'll make a fresh pot. Figured you'd like it cold, she muttered. Cold like your heart. What? Kai asked confused. What did you say? Nothing. Setting the pot down, he walked over to her and put a hand on her back. She slid away from him, to the other side of the table. Kai observed her for a moment. She was refusing to meet his eyes, and her posture was rigid. Hardly the picture of the purring kitten he'd left in bed the night before. Are you mad? Why would I be mad? You only ask that when you're mad at me. What did I do? Nothing, she said brusquely. Here, Eliana said, handing over the now filled folder she had been compiling. 2 of these men can be released immediately. According to the arrest record, they've been held for over 24 hours without being officially charged. And this one, she continued as she picked up a thinner file, he wasn't Mirandized and made aware of his rights. Get the public defender to insist on his release. You're changing the subject, Kai noted as he accepted the files. This man can plead to the lesser charge of parole violation and serve community service, she rambled on, filling his hands with the folders she'd clearly been working on for hours, and these 2 men are being held on bond. Have the county surrender them to the bondsman instead of serving time. You'll have to pay legal fees, but they'll be out before the end of the day. I wrote the instructions down. She paused as she looked over the table. I've got 6 more I haven't started, but I can have them finished today, maybe tomorrow. Kai's hands were loaded with the manila folders, which he promptly set on the kitchen counter, and walked over to Eliana. He grabbed for her hand and again she moved away. Will you stop? He pleaded and caught her in his arms. Don't, she said quietly and turned her head, blatantly refusing to look at him. Tell me why you're mad. Is it the cases? I'll take these to Max right away. He'll be thrilled you got this much done already. I don't give 2 shits about Max, she said, finally looking up at him. I'm mad at you. What did I do? Kai asked defensively. Eliana pulled out of his arms and walked past him. Is this about last night? Her silence was his only answer. Did I do something wrong? Did I hurt you? She turned to stare at him, slightly slack-jawed. If I did something you didn't like, Eli, I'm so sorry. I just thought. You thought? You mean you actually put brain cells behind what you did? She asked rudely. Excuse me for being a dumbass, you seemed like you were enjoying it, he said, feeling entirely confused. Hadn't she been the one begging him? Straddling him? She certainly had seemed like a willing participant. Kai, she said, pinching the bridge of her nose and squeezing her eyes shut. I'm not talking about that, she said, and Kai felt relief wash over him. You left? You left the room as if nothing happened, and I didn't like that. It made me feel, I don't know, cheap or something. Cheap? He asked, once again feeling confusion overtake him. You're not cheap, Eli. I know I'm not, that's why I don't like that you treated me that way. I'm not just a hookup and leave. I told you that. I told you I'd never been with someone, because I'd never found someone I cared about that way. I trusted you with that and then, you just left. I didn't, he started to say, but seeing her standing there with a pained expression on her face, he knew that none of his excuses were going to change how she felt. Come here, he beckoned with an outstretched hand. Reluctantly she took it, and he wrapped his arms around her waist. I didn't leave because I was done with you, he started, and she looked up at him with round eyes. I left because I wasn't going to be able to stop a second time. I don't want to rush anything with you and, she said, encouraging him to continue. You haven't slept with anyone because you didn't care about them that way. And I have. I've been with women I didn't care about. When they'd had their fill, they wanted to be left alone. I'm not proud of it, but it's the truth, he said, and Eliana tried to swallow her jealousy. I'm not good at intimacy, I guess. I honestly thought it would be best if I let you sleep. I wanted you to stay, she said with a small pout in her voice. He guided her arms so they were around his neck, and she couldn't help the small smile. Don't leave like that again. I'm not any of the other women you've been with. And if we're being honest, I don't want to hear about any of them ever again. It was Kai's turn to smile. When we're together, I get all of you or none of you. Deal, he agreed, and
censored
her. She returned the affection, rising on her toes to claim more of his mouth. His hands dug into her back, and she broke the
censored,
only to stifle a yawn. Am I boring you? He asked teasingly, and she shook her head. I've been up since 3, she explained. Coffee only goes so far. Especially that nasty brand you have in the cabinets. How about this, he said, running a hand up her back and into her hair. I'll take the files you've completed to Max. I need to speak to him anyway. I'll be back in an hour and bring you a coffee from the cafe stand you like. Espresso? She asked with excitement. It's still around? Best espresso in town. Dot left it to her son and retired to Florida about 3 years ago, but it's still good. Yes please, she said, and
censored
his chin. He
censored
her quickly before pulling his boots on and gathering the papers he'd set aside. She handed him his coat that had been draped over the back of the dining room chair, and he smiled at the front doorway. I could get used to this, he said, holding her face and brushing her cheek with his thumb. Get used to what? She asked, leaning into the tender touch. Living with you. Coming home to you. Bedding you. Bedding? She asked with a raised eyebrow. I think 2 people need to have satisfaction in order for it to be considered bedding. She was teasing, but the heat she radiated gave him chills. Pulling her closer, he tucked the folders under one arm to hold her by the hips. You're crazy if you think last night wasn't satisfying for me, he murmured against her lips. She raked her nails over the back of his neck. I think we can up the ante next time, she stated in an equally low tone. Kai was smirking. Next time? He asked as her hands ran down his
censored
and around his back under his coat. MMHM, she hummed and
censored
him passionately. He parted only out of necessity and smiled at her one more time before pulling his helmet on and backed his bike out of the parking lot. Eliana waited until his motorcycle was out of sight before she looked down at the keys in her hand. She'd been able to slip them out of Kai's pocket when they were
censored.
Saying a mental prayer, she pressed the button on the fob. The SUV still in the driveway chirped to life. She had her escape. Chapter 8. Hardly anyone was at the compound this time of day. Nearly 8 in the morning, the only people in sight were the round-the-clock security Max insisted on, and any of the drunks who hadn't quite made it to a room. Even the mechanic shop was deserted. The adjoining lot looked like a veritable junkyard of stolen cars waiting to be flipped. Max wasn't in his office when Kai checked. Instead, he found him in the back lot where they kept the dogs. The older man was looking thinner, but wasn't toting his oxygen tank like he usually was. Kai didn't know whether this was a good sign or not. His question was answered, however, when he saw the white blunt hanging loosely from his lips. The sickly sweet scent of Mary Jane wafting in the air. Good boy, Max muttered as he rubbed the neck of the German Shepherd. Taking a neon tennis ball from the animal's mouth, Max hurled it across the yard. The dog took off and chased it down. She must be scared shitless, Max said, sitting in a lawn chair, and waited with his hand out for the dog to return. The dog? Kai asked dryly. Wrong.
Censored.
Max retorted, and Kai's fists clenched. She up all night on those? Max asked, gesturing to the files under Kai's arm with his 2 fingers that now cradled the joint. Most of it, Kai answered and handed them over. Max didn't so much as open them, before he set them on the ground next to the cooler he was pulling beer bottles out of. Kai accepted the one he was offered, but didn't drink from it. I think more than scared, she's determined. She wants to be done with all of this. Of course she does, Max said, and took the ball a second time from the dog that had returned. If she was smart, she'd be more scared. Kai noted a slight grimace when Max chucked the ball toward the far end of the field. It likely would have been imperceptible to anyone else, but Kai liked to think he knew the old man a little better than most. She'll have the rest of the files done by tomorrow. She's good. I think you'll be pleased, Kai said, sitting on the cement curb next to Max. We'll see, Max said vaguely and let out a long exhale of white smoke. Kai resisted a gag. You F her yet? Excuse me? Kai asked with narrowed eyes. Max finally looked at him with a blank expression. His cheeks hollowed while he inhaled again. F her, he repeated more slowly. You F her yet? No, Kai answered and lit a cigarette for both relief and to mask the scent of Max's drugs. That's a shame, Max stated, only half believing his prodigy. Bein' she was a tight.
Censored.
In high school. She's got that schoolgirl act down pat. I wouldn't know, Kai said through gritted teeth, but he did his best to keep his composure. We've never slept together. I find that hard to believe. You mean all these years you never dipped your wick? Not in her oil drum. Max let out a bark of a laugh that turned into a wheeze. Shit boy, Max cursed and banged a fist on his
Censored.
to try to clear the cough away. That was damn funny, Max said, still laughing. He set his blunt down to take a swig of beer. The bottle was sweating with condensation when he rested it in the cup holder. How are you feeling these days? Kai asked as they both watched the dog as it raced around the yard trying to keep the tennis ball from a Doberman that had woken to join the game. Like the ass end of a shithole, Max answered and spat on the ground. Doc said the cancer wouldn't spread fast, but it's taken my left lung. If I can't manage to kill myself with liver failure, it'll be curtains in 6 months. What about chemo? Radiation? What about it? Max asked, looking at Kai again. You think I'm going to let them pump me full of more shit, hoping the cancer will kill me, only slightly slower? Nah boy, this'll be the end of me. I've made my peace with it, Max said, leaning back in his chair. Kai had to admit, Max didn't seem the least bit bothered by his deteriorating health as he lounged in the early morning hours with Mary Jane in his left hand, a beer in his right, and the dog's head now resting in his lap. I'm sorry to hear that, Max, Kai said, and finally took a swig of his beer. You know, I'm inclined to believe a small part of you really is sad to see me go, Max said with a hint of jest in his voice. I wouldn't lie about that. There's also part of me that's glad your fat ass is about to croak too. Max laughed again and lifted his beer in salute. That's my boy. Honest to a fault. You know, I never had a son, but if I did, I'd like to think he'd turn out a bit like you. Better looking but honest like you. Kai felt his eyes drop. Despite his building hatred for the man, he couldn't deny the paternal attachment. You've built quite the empire, Max. You've got a good legacy here. You should be proud, Kai said, surprising himself with his level of sincerity. I owe a big part of that to you, Max admitted, and Kai looked up at him. You'll run this place well when I'm dead. I've taught you a lot these last 10 years or so. You've got the balls for it. You're naming me your successor? Kai asked, more for clarification than for reassurance. Sure as shit ain't naming Riggs, Max said loudly. That prick would blow my fortune on
Censored.
And pills before the year closed out. No, Max said and flicked his joint into the dirt. It'll be you, kid. You've known it for a while, so don't insult me by acting like you didn't. I won't, Kai said, putting out his own cigarette. He couldn't tell if it was Max's melancholy or his own mortality that was putting him in a sullen mood, but the old man seemed a lot colder than usual. There's been a lot of tension since bringing Eliana into the fold. I thought you might have changed your mind. She's a liability for you, Max said, standing and grabbing the tennis ball from the ground. You and I both know that. Don't let that forbidden fruit get you all tangled up. Mess up your priorities. You didn't flinch when I knocked her around, that's good. Keep yourself detached. You've spent too many years busting your balls to throw it all away for a tight.
Censored.
I've no intention of throwing anything away, Kai said honestly. He stood and stuffed his hands into his pockets. The two men fell in step as they walked around the building toward the front entrance. A large semi-truck was pulling in, and the driver waved to Max as he drove past. I've got to clear this shipment. Get back to the safe house and make sure she finishes those cases before tomorrow. I'll want to see her when she's done, Max instructed, and the truck, surprisingly, pulled up behind the bar instead of toward the warehouse. Sure, Max, Kai said, watching the truck pull to stop. The driver hopped out and moved toward the back where 4 security guards were waiting with automatic guns. The door to the back opened, and several women jumped down before being ushered inside. Only after did the armed men begin unloading boxes. "Do yourself a favor," Max said, placing his hands on Kai's shoulders, pulling his attention back to him. "Afar while you still can." "What do you mean by that?" Kai asked, glowering slightly. "Miss Granville won't be with us much longer," Max said casually. "She's clearing her debt, isn't she?" "Right," Kai agreed, but he couldn't help feeling there was a double meaning in Max's words. "So F her, and get it out of your system. When it's all over, you'll be glad to have that loose end tied up." "Now get out of here," Max ordered. They'd walked back to Kai's bike, and he could no longer see the truck behind the building and put it out of his mind. Max was already walking off when Kai started up his motorcycle and headed back. Eliana had crammed enough of her belongings into her bag to feel satisfied she'd cleared any evidence she had ever been there. She dropped her bag by the door and grabbed the magnetic notepad from the front of the refrigerator. "I'm sorry." It was all she could think to write as she left it on the counter. Checking her pockets, she remembered her cell phone upstairs. Quickly racing to her old bedroom, she grabbed it from the nightstand. She paused a moment when she saw her old diary still laying on the floor where she'd tossed it the night before. Collecting it, she read the last line of the entry it was open to. "I know without a doubt, I love Kai and I'll never be able to get him out of my system. I'd do anything for him. I love him." Eliana sank onto the edge of the bed and sighed. Her stomach churned painfully as she imagined Kai's face when he returned, and she was gone. What would happen to him when he reported back to Max that he'd not only left her at the safe house alone, but that she'd escaped? So far she'd been able to push the thought out her mind, but now it came rushing back like a downpour. Would the price of her escape cost him his life? Sighing again, she set her diary down. The feeling surging in her felt too much like the night she and her father had fled. They'd left Kai behind amid a spray of gunfire. Wasn't she doing the same thing now? Sentencing him to a firing range? Closing her eyes, she gripped 2 handfuls of the bedding underneath her. His scent was still thick in the room from the night before. Her body grew warm at the memory. Her knees squeezed together as her body recalled the feel of his.
Censored.
He'd always been so damn good with that.
Censored.
It had nearly broken her heart the way he'd admitted he'd been with women he didn't care about. The way he'd said it alluded to more than just casual.
Censored.
He'd spent more years as a pawn in Max's game than anyone. What had that cost him already? It was beginning to become clear to her that when Kai pulled away, it wasn't because he was apathetic, it was because he didn't know any other way to be. He'd had to play the soldier for over a decade. He was disassociated, just like anyone else would be. Yet Eliana knew there was still warmth in him. There was still love. He hid it well, even from her sometimes. When she took a moment to put aside her own fear and anger at her situation, she could understand him a little better. His reserve wasn't cold, it was calculated. The way he withheld from open defiance when Max had hit her wasn't indifference, it was intelligence. Kai was planning his moves, patiently, carefully, strategically. Maybe she'd spent too much time since they'd been reunited, expecting him to be the open, carefree, and passionate boy she'd known in high school. He didn't have the luxury of being open or carefree, and his passion wasn't a bonfire, it was an ember. Like magma, it lay dormant inside him. Threatening. Dangerous. Elusive. Kai had grown up. She stood a moment later and retrieved her bag from the doorway downstairs and returned it to her bedroom. For better or worse, she'd see this through. Kai needed her. She couldn't leave him to face this alone. Even if that meant the threat of death lingered closer to her than she preferred. Where would she go anyway? Max had known all along where she was. Or at least known how to find her. For all she knew, there was a tracker in the car and she'd never make the state line. No, she would stay. With him. Kai, she called when she heard the front door open and close. Bounding down the stairs, instead of seeing Kai, it was Greer. He was removing his cut as he looked her over. "Hi there," Greer said, appraising her. Eliana felt suddenly exposed in her tank top and fitted jeans. "All alone?" he asked, looking around. "Kai went for coffee," she said, unmoving in the doorway. "He'll be back soon." "Left you alone?" "He must trust you," Greer said, walking over to her. Eliana took a step back. "He trusts you too," she said, hoping to force the implication that he shouldn't do anything to break that trust. "Yes, he does, we're old friends," Greer replied, his eyes dropping from hers to her.
Censored.
"Jez was wrong about you," he muttered. "In what way?" Eliana asked, realizing she was still backing up when her backside hit the couch in the living room. "There's a bit of talk about you." Greer looked in her eyes again, his lips pursed. "About what Max will do with you when you're done here. The popular vote is you'll be killed." "And the unpopular vote?" She swallowed hard. "There's always room for another wildcat. Jez thinks you'll be nothing but trouble, but you won't cause trouble, will you?" Greer ran a hand down her bare arm. She shuddered in unpleasantness. "I'm not a whore," she said sharply. "I'll not willingly stand on a wall, waiting for some horny drunk biker to decide he wants me." She made to push past him, and he caught her arm. "You think half of those women stand there willingly?" Greer asked with narrowed eyes. "Willingness isn't a wildcat virtue. Obedience is. And if it happens to you, thank whatever God you pray to, that I'll find you long before a drunk and horny biker does." Eliana pulled away, her eyes widened at him. "What do you mean those women aren't willing?" Greer sneered at her question and moved back to the kitchen to grab his cut. "You're supposed to be the smart one. Figure it out," he whispered to her dangerously before slamming the front door behind him. Eliana sank to the floor, images of the women from the bar flashing in her mind. "You've no idea what this place really is, do you?" Jez had asked her. Oh God. Chapter 9. Kai could hear the clattering as he unlocked the front door. He hadn't even remembered locking it when he left. Eliana was in the kitchen, scrubbing dishes in the sink. Her back was to him, and he could see her rigid posture. "Hey," he said, setting the cardboard tray with 2 coffees on the counter. Eliana stood taller, but didn't turn to face him. "What are you doing?" "Dishes," she said shortly. Oh yeah, she was stressed. He could tell by the terseness in her voice. "We had a dishwasher installed." "Old habit," she interrupted and finally turned to face him. Wiping her hands on a dish towel, she met his eyes. "Did you know?" she asked quietly. "Know what?" he asked in return. The serious expression on her face had him worried. "Don't F around, Kai, did you know?" she yelled. Kai walked toward her and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I'm not, tell me what you mean," he said gently. Eliana looked up into his eyes. Her brown ones were searching his blue, trying to find any hint of deception in them. When she found none, she elaborated. "The women in Jez's bar," she began to Kai's surprise. "Human trafficking, Kai." He was quiet for a moment, as he processed her statement. "Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them." "No," Kai said, shaking his head, "we've had wildcats for years. It's just part of the club. It attracts that kind of attention." "Yeah, some, but not all," Eliana said and followed him as he paced around the kitchen island toward the table. Jez was alluding to it the other day, and then Greer said something. "When was Greer here?" Kai asked, rounding on her. She halted in her tracks, and he fixed her with a hard stare. "About an hour ago," she confessed. "He stopped by, but I'm not sure what he wanted. He was in and out really fast. He said something about the popular vote is that I'll be killed before this is all over, and if not, then I'll? What?" He didn't say specifically. What did he say unspecifically? That I'll have a place on the wall. F that. Kai yelled, and Eliana jumped as his outburst startled her. He crossed to her in 2 long strides and took her face in his hands. "You have no place on that wall. I'll be dead before I see that happen." She could only nod. "What about the other women, though?" She tried to swallow her fear. You can't honestly think all of those women came willingly. Kai stepped away from her and yanked his leather cutoff, feeling his body growing hot. His mind was replaying every scenario he could think of. When the bar had been built in the years before, Max had jokingly called it a harem once. The few times he'd been back at the warehouse during shipments, he'd seen trucks, trailers, semis, making drop-offs, but always in the back. Trucks like the one from earlier, always very late at night or early in the morning. Kai had never worked bar shipments. That had been territory for the other demons. Kai's business was always overseas. Riggs specifically handled Jez's. That prick would blow my fortune on
censored
and pills before the year closed out. Max had said. So Riggs would spend his money not on purchasing prostitutes, but buying women? Kai let out an angry yell and drove his fist into the wall. Eliana's hand flew to her mouth, and Kai cursed before punching the wall again. The crunching sound of the wall breaking scared her, and she rushed toward him thinking he'd broken his hand. Instead, there was now a fist-sized hole in the wall. Stop, she ordered and grabbed his hand that was red and his knuckles were bleeding. He yanked his hand away, grabbed the edge of the dining room table and flung it as though it weighed nothing. Papers and glasses went flying, and Eliana backed away. If Kai's passion was magma, his temper was lava, and he was erupting in anger. F. Kai shouted, and buried both his hands in his hair. He kicked a chair for good measure, before sinking to the floor with his back against the wall. Eliana slowly crossed to the freezer where she removed an ice pack and knelt in front of Kai. Let me see, she instructed gently, and he held his hand out without protest. Placing the cold pack on his swelling knuckles, she surveyed him. You really didn't know? Of course not, he snapped, his blue eyes as cold as the compress on his hand. You really think I'd be okay with human trafficking? Kidnapping women? Raping them? No, Eliana admitted. No, I know you wouldn't. How could Max have kept it from you all these years? That's how he does things, Kai said, and as his adrenaline faded, the pain in his hand found him. It's how he's kept himself in charge. When we recovered from the defectors, he split his business into separate entities. The senior riders, the 4 horsemen, were each put in charge of a fragment. I dealt with guns and eventually overseas operations. It kept me busy. I barely know what the others do, let alone how they do it. That's the way Max likes it. Then who? Who's in charge of bringing women in? It has to be Riggs. The guy you saw at Jez's. He's been managing the Screaming Demon headquarters for a few years now, so Max could be more hands-off. Kai cursed again and rapped his head against the wall. Stop, Eliana said, placing her hand on his face. Beating yourself up won't help those women. I'm not going to let that happen to you, Kai said, taking her by the back of the neck so she was looking at him. She shrugged. How can you stop it, Kai? She asked, her voice full of emotion. It's death or prostitution. I don't seem to have a choice in either. Although if I have any say, I think I'll take death. You're not going to die, and you're not going to be whored out, Kai said firmly. Eliana stood and took a few steps away from him. I'll keep you safe. You know you keep saying that, she argued. No offense, Kai, but you're not doing a very good job so far. I mean, look around. Look at our situation. I'm royally effed. I know it seems like that, but you're not, he said, standing to his feet as well. I spoke with Max and he confirmed, when he's gone, I'm stepping into his role. I inherit the demons, and that means I lay claim to all of the contracts and debts. I'll have the power to dissolve your debt, and I'll get to the bottom of what Riggs has been up to. I'll be able to end it all. And how long will that take? Max is dying, but how quickly? A month? 6 months? Years? He didn't say specifically, but the cancer has spread from his pancreas to his lungs. At the rate he's drinking and smoking, it won't be long, Kai tried to reason. He hated it, but admitting out loud that Max was definitely dying, he felt a twinge of pain. Stifling it for Eliana's sake, he kept his face expressionless. I can't bet on that, Kai. Eliana ran a hand through her hair. I can't have my life hanging on the possibility he'll die before he collects. How long can I stretch this out? Work more cases? I don't think so. You said yourself, Max is tying up loose ends. He knows he's got one foot in the grave, and he's not going to leave any business unfinished. How would that look for his reputation if he left outstanding debts? Am I wrong? No, Kai admitted. Eliana was right. Max was wrapping everything up. He was using Eliana to free as many of his men as he could, but when that was done or they hit a dead end, he'd collect on Eli. F her while you still can, he had advised. That wasn't a suggestion, it was a threat. Max was going to kill her. Eliana could clearly see the shift in Kai's expression as he came to the same firm resolution she had. Panic surged inside of her and she felt herself start to sweat. I should have left, she said, trembling. I should have gotten in the car and just left while I could. Now she was the one who was pacing. What are you talking about? Kai asked as he watched her. She dug in her back pocket and held up a set of car keys. Patting his own pockets, he hadn't realized she'd swiped them. His eyes narrowed. Eli, give those back, he said, holding his hand out. No, she protested flatly. Kai stepped toward her and she stepped away. Don't make me take them away from you, he threatened, his previous coldness returning. You can try, she replied. I'm not messing around this time, Kai. I'm fighting for my life, and you'll find I don't go as easily as before. First of all, you didn't make it easy the last time, he scowled, and she felt a small sense of pride. Secondly, you're not fighting me for your life. I'll keep you safe. I don't believe you, Eliana snapped. You can say that until you're blue in the face, but you haven't given me one shred of evidence that you will. So far you're the one who's kidnapped me, locked me in the house, kept me here, watched as Max beat me, then manipulated me into staying. I manipulated you? He asked incredulously. Yes, he yelled. You seduced me, preyed on our history together, and used it as leverage to make me feel sorry for you. I should have left when you were gone, and let you face the consequences. I didn't because I. What? Because you what? Kai asked in equal volume. She'd backed herself into the corner of the room, her feet standing on papers from the overturned table. She was still shaking her head when he stood in front of her. Because you what? Kai asked more gently this time. Because I was worried about you. Because I care about you. I didn't want you to get punished for my disappearing, escaping. His hands were on her cheeks, and he
censored
her. Eliana neither protested nor reciprocated the
censored
as his thumbs brushed her cheeks. You still care about me? He asked with a small grin. She didn't answer. That's good. Is it? Because I'm still in love with you. What? I never stopped loving you, Eliana, Kai said, looking down at her. I've watched over you since you left. Followed your success in school. Watched you graduate with honors. Read about the first case you took to trial and won. I've loved you every day since we met. Kai. Trust me now, I won't let anything happen to you. I know Max's game. I can navigate this. For now, we have to act like we're playing along. Let him be distracted with compliance. I've got friends outside his circle. I can make a few calls, get you out of the country where he can't find you. Do you have your passport with you? It's in my bag upstairs, she answered, and Kai nodded. That's good, he said, running his fingers through her hair in a soothing manner. Once my plan is in place, I'll let you in on everything. I promise. No lies. No manipulation. I just need you to trust me a little longer. Can you do that? Eliana didn't answer, but instead held his gaze for a long moment. He was pressing into her, and she had to admit, the way he shielded her from the room with his size gave her a sense of security. Every nerve in her body was on alert, surging with adrenaline as her fight-or-flight instinct was ready to trigger at the slightest provocation. Yet here was Kai. Her rock. Firm and sturdy and unrelenting. She lifted her hand that held the keys, and she handed them to him. Kai took them and slid them into his pocket, "Thank you," he said, and took a small step backward. Nodding slightly, she knelt to begin gathering the papers from the floor. "Let me help," he offered. "I can't say it didn't feel good to see you lose your temper a little," Eliana admitted, as they worked to clean up the mess. "I was starting to think nothing got to you." "There are a lot of things that get to me," Kai confessed as he uprighted the table. "I guess I've gotten used to keeping my feelings in check." "No pun intended," Eliana said as she helped him to situate the table, "but my how the tables have turned." He grinned. "Remember when I used to be the one who barely showed emotion?" "I used to think you were impenetrable," he said, and pushed the chairs back in before gathering the candlesticks. "We both have learned to handle things in our own way. How to survive. You with your dad and me with Max." "I can understand," she said, pausing to place her hands on her hips. "I can't be mad at you for it, but I miss the old you. You used to have so much joy in your eyes. Now?" "Now?" he asked, leaning on the edge of the table. He held his arm out to her, and she tucked herself against him, his hands dropping to her hips. "Sometimes when I look in your eyes, it's like you're not there. You're here, but your mind is worlds away. It seems cold, but I know that it's for show. You seem cold because you're distancing yourself." "Bad habit, I suppose," Kai said, feeling he'd adopted the routine subconsciously over the years. Eliana wrapped her arms around his neck. "If I'm going to trust you," she began as she laced her fingers together, "I need you to let me in. Show me that you have something to lose in all of this too. Don't hide from me." "Eli," he said, gripping her a little tighter. "I have everything to lose. If something happened to you, I don't know what I would do." "That's not good enough," she said firmly. "I need you to know what you would do. If something happens to me, if you think for a moment it's going to come to that, I need you to kill him. I need you to kill Max. It's either him or me. Promise me that." Kai swallowed hard. He'd known in the back of his mind it would come to this, but he'd pushed the thought away for as long as he could. "I promise," he said with every ounce of honesty and sincerity in him. "I'll kill Max before I let anything happen to you." Chapter 10.
This scene has been censored to provide a safe and enjoyable reading experience for everyone.
Kai quietly peeked his head around the corner of the living room. Eliana was sprawled on the couch, feet propped on the coffee table next to a mug of tea that was still steaming. Her eyes were fixed on the case file on her lap, and the cap of a red pen was hanging loosely from her lips. After their tete-a-tete, he'd excused himself to take a shower. He'd lingered longer than was likely realistic, but he'd needed the space to clear his head. There wasn't a moment of his time with her he'd have taken back, but he'd been surprised by the onslaught of emotion that had come with his orgasm. Images of the women he'd slept with before had flooded him when he'd stood under the hot water. While he had never previously felt any level of guilt, and still didn't, he couldn't deny regret. Like a novice with a gun, he'd trained himself how to be after the recoil. When he'd taken what he wanted, or more often than not, they had taken what they wanted from him, that was it. Save for a random wall cat looking for prestige, he'd never found any woman who wanted to attach themselves to him any more than he.
Censored.
More than a few nights with them. That wasn't how things worked. The demons changed arm candy more often than they rotated their tires. He couldn't remember waking up next to a woman, let alone wanting to spend a full night with them. Then there was Eliana. When he'd held her after she'd gone down on him, he felt more connected to her than he'd felt to anyone before. She'd held him, cradled him, and he'd clung to her too. Even after showering, her scent invaded him. He felt her on a cellular level. Like a premonition, he'd imagined waking up in bed with her. Traveling with her. Riding up and down the coast on his bike. Settling down, marrying her. Christ, even having kids with her. In one moment, she'd ruined him. Seeing her lounging in the living room, it was like his heart had taken a vacation from his.
Censored.
And had taken up residence on the couch. He'd never denied he was still in love with her. That love, though, unrequited the last decade, had only grown. Now it sat in front of him, in the most vulnerable position it had ever been. Her very life was threatened, and likewise, if she died, so would he. Eliana was his one purpose now. He'd never be able to imagine a future without her. He didn't want one. Taking the opportunity while she was distracted, he pulled the phone out of his pocket and fired off a quick text message to an unmarked number, one he was very familiar with. Given the state of things, Kai didn't have much time to make plans. And boy did they need plans. He'd been completely truthful when he told Eliana that he'd kill Max before he let anything happen to her. In a way, it might be a mercy killing. Max was dying, and not in a pleasant manner. Kai had done enough research on pancreatic cancer to know what was in store. With less than a 10% survival rate, and that was with treatment, Max was in the last months of survival. When they'd met that morning, Kai had noted the yellowing of his sclera. Jaundice was a sign it had reached his liver as well as his lungs. Even without this, the last push of Max to try to free as many demons from lockup was his own farewell to the club he'd built from the ground up. Good or evil regardless, Max was a titan, and there was a melancholy that had crept over the demons. His condition was widely known, though maybe not the extent, and with equal parts restlessness and anticipation, change was coming. They all felt it. This level of tumultuous vying for authority hadn't occurred since the defectors tried to seize control. Sitting on the back deck, cell phone in one hand, cigarette in the other, Kai contemplated their next moves. Whatever was happening, it would be soon. When Max made the call to end his dealing with Eliana, they'd need to move quickly. Running scenarios in his mind, he knew Max would keep it close to the belt. Eliana wasn't some nobody living in Pine Hill they could make go away. She was a prominent member of a law firm that was likely already missing her. She could only extend her bereavement leave and vacation time so far before the phone calls would roll in. As soon as people started asking questions, missing her, looking for her, that was when Max would pull the trigger. Either figuratively or literally. Kai would need to be careful. Methodical. While he had fail-safes in place for himself should he need to flee the country, he didn't have any credentials that would allow Eliana to walk onto an airplane and disappear under an assumed name. Without sufficient time to print up the documents he needed for her, he'd have to think of something else. That was where the text message came in. Kai could count on one hand the number of people in the world he actually trusted, and as things within the club shifted, the mantle of power hanging in limbo, that list was getting shorter and shorter. Kai needed help. While Plan A was waiting for Max to kick the bucket, he couldn't keep things in limbo. For all he knew, Max had left explicit instructions with Dahl, or one of the goons, that should Eliana or any other unfulfilled task be left undone, should he die too soon, for them to finish the task. It was what Kai would have done. The club was everything to Max. He could be dead 10 years, and his bidding would still be done. There were those, like Dahl, who held a particular loyalty not only to the man but to the agenda. It was their kingdom. Their purpose. Their excuse for vengeance, cruelty, and blood. They'd find any reason to inflict pain and punishment wherever they could. Especially if it meant discrediting whoever took over. While it was a promising prospect to inherit the entire club, it would be several months, if not years of unrest, before Kai could reasonably take the throne without defiance, disestablishment, and likely murder attempts. Riggs could be an issue. Greer too, although the thought made him feel sick. It only took him a few minutes and 2 more cigarettes to check on a few things, formulate the rough beginning of an exit strategy when his phone chimed. The anonymous number of a burner phone read a brief message. "The F you texting this early for?" Kai grinned. He could hear the man's tone in the brief reply. "Do you remember what I said to you, in Wexford?" "Yes." "Green light, mate. It's a go. For F's sake. You can't be serious." "I wouldn't joke about this." Kai sent the text and waited a long moment. He pulled out a 4th cigarette and struggled to light it. He abandoned the task when his phone finally buzzed with the response he was waiting for. "Well, it's been a good run. Geronimo." Chapter 11. According to modern science, there were 7 distinct forms of mental disorders and behavioral health diagnoses. The most common among them being anxiety, mood, and psychotic. As Eliana stood staring out the window in the kitchen, arms crossed, bare feet pressed firmly into the tile, she wondered what she was afflicted with more, anxiety, mood, or psychosis. It had been 2 days since she'd sent back the last of the cases Max had provided. She'd fallen into a steady routine for nearly a week. Boxes would come in and she'd send them back out. Working the defense had kept her mind occupied. She'd been able to distance herself from the crimes, most of which were petty theft, armed robbery, possession. 2 in particular had afflicted her. Murder. It had taken 3 straight nights and endless amounts of coffee, but she'd managed to sabotage the prosecutor's case. They would walk. 2 days ago, the boxes stopped coming, and she hadn't heard a word from Max. Yanking the fridge open, she stared vacantly at the contents. Kai, the dutiful prison warden, had kept it stocked with anything she could have wanted. Fresh vegetables and fruits, bottles of sparkling water, organic gluten-free pasta. Eliana sighed as she grabbed a beer and the bakery fresh cheesecake. Tossing the plastic dome lid aside and popping the top of the beer, she sat at the counter, drank from the bottle and ate from the tray. Add an eating disorder to her list of current afflictions. The front door opened and closed, but she didn't bother looking up. She knew it was Kai. His bike had rumbled into the driveway nearly 30 minutes ago, but he'd paced the front yard talking on his cell phone for a long while. She'd watched him. Black boots trekking through the muddy yard, his khaki cargo pants fitting well over his ass where her eyes had lingered, tight-fitting white shirt under his black leather cut that was adorned with patches and brands from the demons. He'd worn his hair down that day, the long strands well past his shoulders now. In the gray afternoon, he looked ethereal against the din. "That kind of day?" he asked, setting his cut on the counter next to her. She made a humming noise of agreement, and he
censored
her on the top of the head before fetching a beer for himself. "You going to save me any of that?" he asked, gesturing to the cheesecake with his bottle. Eliana's reply was a large bite, where she licked the fork clean. "Then again, I could watch you do that all day." "What happens when I run out of cheesecake?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Got anything else I can put in my mouth?" Kai choked on his beer, spittle running down his chin and staining his shirt. Eliana smiled triumphantly. Their game of
censored
tug-of-war was likely the only thing keeping her from snapping. The boredom and lunacy of waiting were only adding to the tension and anxiety that had built up in her. So why not add
censored
tension to that? "I can think of something," he said, setting his bottle aside and tossing her a wink. She grinned and watched as Kai pulled his shirt off and began rinsing it in the sink. Eliana couldn't help biting her lip. With his back to her, she could see every curve of muscle as his shoulder blades moved. He'd always had a darker complexion than her, and the hours he'd spent outside gave his skin a more bronze hue. Smooth and chiseled with 2 dimples on his lower back, she imagined how much better his skin would look covered in fingernail marks. "Do you have any news?" she asked, trying to pull her thoughts back. "I don't know how much longer I can stand the silence. I need something. Anything." Her voice was sharp and had an edge of pleading. Kai wrung his shirt out and tossed it over his shoulder before turning. "I'm sorry, I don't," he answered. "Max has gone quiet since yesterday. Last I heard he said he'd send more your way when he has it." The white shirt was still wet, and her eyes followed a droplet of water that ran down his
censored
over his pectoral, down the center of his prominent abs, and soaked into the elastic band of his underwear that peeked out above his pants. "It seems like he's stalling," she commented. "Like he's trying to make up his mind about something." "Could be," Kai said, retrieving his beer. "He wants you nervous. He wants you to be afraid. It's what keeps him in power." From one control freak to another, it's working. Having lost her appetite, she dropped her fork with a noisy clatter. "I spent 18 years of my life feeling trapped in this house, and now look where I am. Trapped again." "Come here," Kai said, tossing his wet shirt aside and opening his arms. Eliana stood and let him embrace her. His skin was warm, and traces of a heady cologne lingered on his neck. She closed her eyes and breathed him in. I'm going to get you out of this. Soon. I know. I can see you're working on things, she said, looking up at him. She loved the way his
censored
pressed against hers. Lowering her hands to his hips, she absently fiddled with the loops of his jeans. Are you going to tell me who you keep talking to on the phone? I can't, he said with an apologetic tone. I know it makes you feel helpless, but the less you know the better. For now, just try to keep your mind off things. She raised an eyebrow at him. I know, it's like asking you to hold the ocean back with a broom. It'd be easier to give myself a root canal. Want me to get the pliers? Joker, she teased and gave him a playful shove. Kai took her by the hips and hoisted her onto the counter before digging his fingertips into her side. No, no, she shrieked and tried to push him away, but he was merciless as he tickled her. Both pushing him away and pulling him closer, she ended up tackling him to the ground, and he both groaned and laughed as they flopped on the tile floor. That's not fair, you have bony elbows, he protested as she straddled him. Her face was flushed and she was smiling from ear to ear. He sat up, hands holding her back so she didn't fall backward. Her smile faltered as they locked eyes, and their intimate hold on each other became charged. God, I want you, Kai muttered when his eyes dropped to her lips. I want you too, Eliana whispered and
censored
him. His grip was fierce, and the air rushed out of her as he crushed his
censored
against hers. What is it? She asked when he pulled away. What's stopping you? Nothing, he lied and lifted her to her feet before standing. Her eyes were narrowed, and he took her chin between his thumb and index finger. I'm going to have you, he said, more like a promise than anything else. I'm going to take you in every way a man can take a woman, and probably some new ones. She couldn't help the smile. Not until it's safe. Why? Because I want you so bad it's killing me. Gives me drive to get you the hell out of here. So let's go, she pleaded. Kai's eyes dropped. What? What aren't you telling me? Eli, he began, and she stepped back from him. It was easier to think when he wasn't touching her. I wasn't just out for a ride this morning. I wanted to scout the roads. And? It's not good. Just tell me. Max isn't just covering his bases, he's turned the town into a veritable blockade. He owns the county patrol, and they've got squad cars posted on the north and south bridges. What about the eastern road? If we leave town, we can drive the coastal highway. That seems to be the only clear path, but it's throwing a wrench in my plans. With only one escape route, the minute I get you out of town, they'll know exactly what road we took. Why all the paranoia? This can't be for me. Max already has me here. It's not. With Max assembling his predecessors, all hell is breaking loose. Or rather, breaking in. Come the end of the month, every chapter of the Screaming Demons will have members in town. How many? We've got 30 chapters from here to London. Eliana said, pressing the heels of her hands into her eyes. Don't get discouraged, it may end up being the distraction we need, Kai said, placing his hands on her shoulders. If we time it right. If we don't, all Max has to do is show my picture around, and I've got a lynch mob on my back. Enough, he said, holding her face, you let me worry about that. The only thing you'll have on your back is me. That earned him another smile from her, and he
censored
her forehead. Not if you don't put a shirt on. You'll be the one on your back, she muttered as she turned around and made for the stairs. Kai grinned and gave her rear end a hard smack that elicited a yelp from her. We'll take turns, he whispered in her ear before he raced up the stairs in front of her. Eliana nearly drew blood, she bit her lips so hard. If the tension of having her life hang in the balance was doing nothing, it was making her hornier than a cat in heat. God, how she longed to take out all her frustrations on that man. Eliana wasn't making this easy on him. Thinking she was asleep, he'd stayed up late into the night keeping watch over the house. It was the only way he could know who may be stopping by. It wasn't uncommon these last few days for one of Max's enforcers to swing by to ensure everything was fine. Although Eliana still wore the tracking bracelet on her ankle, Max wasn't going to take any risks. So here he sat, on the back deck smoking a cigarette and watching her through the sliding glass door. The way she stood in the laundry room folding clothes from the dryer and putting them into the basket was easily the most
censored
thing he'd ever seen. Her hair was pulled into a bun on top of her head, wisps of hair sticking out in every direction. No makeup, but her skin glistened as though she'd recently applied lotion. She was wearing a white tank, like the ones he wore under a dress shirt, and barely there blue lace panties. Likely under the same assumption that he was sleeping, he'd never seen her prance around the house in so little clothing. He could tell, even from his distance, that she wasn't wearing a bra, and every time she bent to retrieve another article of clothing from the dryer, her supple
censored
moved freely under the thin fabric. The darker skin of her rosy areolas came to a peak where her
censored
budded. Kai's hand wandered beneath his beltline while he watched her. Earbuds dangled from her ears, and her hips were moving subtly as she undoubtedly swayed to the music. When she turned to start another load of wash, he got a full view of her ripe ass. God, how he wanted her bent over like that while he drove himself into her. Kai groaned as she stood and reached for the top shelf to grab the laundry detergent. Her shirt rode up, and he caught a quick glimpse of the heart tattoo on her hip bone. Having seen it only in passing while he'd been preoccupied with her more heated parts, he now couldn't get his mind off it. He wanted to suck on that heart until it bruised. Maybe that was the reason he was forcing this delay. She wanted him. He could smell it on her, and she'd done everything but show up in his bed.
Censored.
And begging for it. That was a tantalizing thought. Kai wasn't going to F this one up. How much damage had he done already? If he'd done a better job protecting her these last few years, she likely wouldn't be in this situation. The last thing he wanted now was to have her like some quickie one-night stand, simply because the stress of their predicament demanded it. No. He wanted her slow, languid, and passionately. He wanted her stretched out on her stomach while he slid into her from behind. He wanted her on her back, spread open and panting while he rocked his hips relentlessly. He wanted her against the wall of the shower, wet, hot, and slippery. Wanted his
censored
to taste every inch of her from neck to navel, from throat to ankle, and then all over again. Grinning, bemused with himself, he joked, "I'd have her in a car, I would have her in a bar. I'd have her most anywhere bent over on top, I don't care." Eliana shut the door to the washer and gathered her things before leaving the room. The light switched off, and the glow left Kai in complete darkness on the porch. Closing his eyes, he pumped his hands a few more times before grunting as he ejaculated. His body shook for a moment as his high receded, and he put his cigarette out. Kai waited until he was sure she wasn't around, before he slid inside and pulled his now sullied pants off in the laundry room, lifted the lid to the running washer, and tossed them in to rid the evidence from his trousers. He noted that she'd folded a few of his things and left them sitting on the dryer. Among them were a pair of gray sweatpants he pulled on. They were still warm. Poking his head around the corner, he saw Eliana disappear into her bedroom, closing the door only halfway. Thinking himself game for a little mischief, and still riding the high of his hurried and self-gratified orgasm, he wondered if he'd catch another glimpse of ass cheeks if he snuck to the doorway in time. Gently pushing it open, he saw her standing with her back to him. That glorious lace-covered bottom still peeking out at him. Her earbuds were discarded on the end table, and she was reading what he knew was her old diary. Stepping too hard on a floorboard that creaked, Eliana turned with a gasp when she heard and saw him standing there. Her eyes were red and dripping with tears. Kai sobered abruptly. "I'm a joker in a box, I'm a joker in my socks. As I joker here I stand, with nothing else but my
censored
in my hand." Chapter 12. "Baby, what is it?" Kai asked, rushing forward and taking her into his arms. She was still clutching the white book in her hand, and she sniffled a few times against his
censored
before pulling back. "It's stupid," she said, sniffling again and sitting on the edge of her bed. He hated himself for noting she was now eye level with his crotch, so he sat next to her. "Tell me," he encouraged and began rubbing her back. I needed something to keep me busy, something to occupy my mind. She gestured to the diary. I thought reading would help. A fresh wave of tears sprang from her eyes, and she buried her face in her hands. He let her cry for a moment, gently stroking her hair. Do you have any idea how much I loved you? She asked when she had regained her voice. Kai swallowed hard. It occurred to him simultaneously that she was both confessing she loved him and using the past tense to do so. Did that mean she didn't love him anymore? You came into my life so unexpectedly, and it's like the moment you did, everything else stopped. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. I can read it all here. I bought this journal at the start of my junior year. It's all Harvard, 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 and then, just you. She began flipping through the pages, as though it was a catalog of events. Kai and I went to the arcade. Kai stole my favorite pen again. Kai surprised me at work. Kai and I spent the whole night in the treehouse. Kai. Slamming the book shut, she tossed it onto the ground. I'm sorry, he said, not knowing what else to say. Although agitated by his touch, she shrugged until he removed his hand. You're mad at me? Yes, she said, standing again. No, she contradicted and pinched the bridge of her nose. Do you remember what I told you about my dad? She abruptly changed the subject. That I didn't so much miss him as the idea of him? He silently nodded. My dad was never there. He thought he was, but he wasn't. Now that he's dead, I have to face some hard truths. I don't think I ever loved my dad. I loved the idea of having a dad. He's dead, and he'll never be what I hoped he would be one day. That dream is gone and buried with him. The only thing I can do now is grieve the loss of something I never had. You deserved better than what your dad gave you. Kai started, but she waved her hand to dismiss his condolences. I'm not talking about my dad, she said in an even tone. Kai fell silent. Reading through my old diary was like reading about another lifetime. I was a different girl then. I was so full of hope. You were a different boy. Kai swallowed hard and folded his hands in his lap. He couldn't deny she was telling the truth. Thinking back to that kid who'd first moved to Pine Hill, with a duffel bag and a chip on his shoulder. Had he ever truly thought he could rescue both of them from this fate? I loved you so much, Kai, Eliana said, and pressed a hand to her throat, but just like my dad, I have to grieve the idea of you now. You never really loved me? He asked, surprised that his voice was cracking. Eliana looked startled. No, Kai, she said with new tears. I loved you very, very much. What I mean is, the Kai that I said goodbye to on the side of the road that night, the Kai that I danced with at prom, is not the same Kai who walked back into my life 3 weeks ago. She took a deep and shaky breath before expelling it. The Kai I loved is gone. I can't keep trying to recreate him in you. I have to grieve him like someone who has died. Do you understand? Yeah. He cleared his throat. You're right, I'm not the same person I was. When I was younger, I would have gone in guns blazing to keep you safe. I sure as hell never would have let things get this far. When he wiped a hand over his face, he wasn't shocked to find tears had started falling from his eyes. When we were kids you seemed so adventurous, she said with a small laugh. You brought color into my black and white world. Like that scene where Dorothy first arrives in Oz. You were the escape I needed from the hell that was my house, this house. She gestured to the room. You were that for me too, he admitted. I'd been on the move for so long. Changing houses, schools, siblings, parents. Nothing was ever the same for more than 6 months. I knew that no matter what, my feelings for you were a constant. You were my rock. The one thing I wanted to hold on to. We had lives where we could be that for each other, she said. I was strong and confident in the course my life was taking. Like a ship on the ocean. My compass pointing north. You blew in like the wind. Blew you off course? No, she countered, urging me forward. It was for that I fell in love with you. That was 10 years ago, though. Now you're not the wind in my sails, Kai. You're the edge of a cliff. Dangerous. Terrifying. You're the end of the line. That doesn't change how I feel about you, though, he said, looking up at her. Eli, I was, am, and always will be completely in love with you. I know, she whispered, still clutching her throat. I don't know if I can say that back. Had he stopped to think about it, he would have known that was true. He'd followed her life this last decade, but she'd moved on, hadn't she? It was his fault. He'd intentionally kept himself hidden from her, and now he had to face the consequences. In the last 10 years, he'd become nothing but a stranger with a familiar face to her. You know who I've become, he said, regaining some of the strength of his composure. I've become a criminal, a liar, a kidnapper. I've killed people, sold drugs, smuggled weapons, and now I find I'm involved with a club that traffics women. He sighed heavily. Those are things you've done, Eliana agreed. I'm not sure that it's an exact description of who you are, though. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling cold as he stared blankly at her. I see other things in you. You still have kindness. I see it in the way you treat me. Morality. You know right from wrong, trying to find the greater good even if that means bending and breaking rules. I see it all the time in the courtroom. You're hard like you're made out of stone, but there's still gentleness. You still have a heart hidden under all those scales. Kai held his hand out to her, and she hesitated before taking it. Gently pulling her toward him, he placed her hand on his
censored
over his heart. It's there, he assured her. Rising slowly, his hand still laid over hers, he looked down into her eyes. Is this a man you can love? Not for what I was, not for what we used to be, but as I am now? Eliana didn't answer at first. She didn't want to lead him on, so she took her time considering his question. Staring at his hand which lay over hers, the size difference between them amazing her. That was Kai, wasn't it? He trumped her in every way. Outsized her, shielded her, barricaded her from the world. Where once he'd set her free, now he kept her concealed. I don't know, she answered finally. She could feel his heart pounding beneath her hand. I've only just realized I need to let go of who you were. Give me time to learn who you are now. Maybe, when your boss isn't considering killing me. I won't let that. Let that happen? She interrupted, looking up at him with round eyes. I'm trusting you. My life is in your hands. At the declaration, his love for her trust, he felt the sudden weight of responsibility. Lifting both of her hands to his mouth, he
censored
them. Your life is in my hands, and my life, he started before placing both of her hands over his heart, is entirely in yours. Kai woke with a start when he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. It took him a moment to reorient himself. At first, he couldn't remember where he was, and the dark room did nothing to help. It wasn't until he felt the bodies stirring next to him that he remembered. He and Eliana had stayed up half the night talking, and must have fallen asleep while reclining on the headboard. She was tucked under the covers next to him facing the wall, so he did his best to slide out of bed without disturbing her. It was raining outside, and as she'd left the window slightly ajar, there was a dampness to the air that made him shiver when he stood. His phone was lit up with a text from the burner phone he'd been texting for the last several days. It was good news. Short on allies, Kai was grateful at least one thing was coming into place. Looking down at Eliana, he pulled the covers a little higher over her shoulder and dropped a
censored
to her temple. While he desperately wanted to climb back into bed, if only to feel her warmth against him, he knew he had work to do before morning. When he moved toward the door, his foot caught on something. Cursing under his breath, he managed to stop himself from tripping. Retrieving the intrusive object from the floor, he found it was the diary Eliana had discarded from the night before. He tucked it under his arm as he made his way downstairs. In the living room, he flicked on the single lamp in the corner and set to invade her privacy. Eliana hadn't been lying. The first third of her diary had been eloquently written, rants and babbles about her application process to Harvard. He could track almost to the day when they'd met. Even the color of ink she wrote in changed from black to blue, although he doubted that signified intentionality. I met a boy today in SAT prep. I'd seen him a few times, but we hadn't spoken directly. I don't do very well with boys, especially attractive ones. His name is Kai, and he's beautiful. I've never seen eyes as blue as his. All icy and cool with darker rims. Like an iceberg on the Caribbean. The way he told Missy off made my whole year. Kai found himself smiling at the memory. Part of him was grateful she had been as affected by him when they first met as he was with her. If only she felt that way now. His heart constricted painfully when he remembered her admission that she didn't love him and didn't know if she could. He read through a few more memories before he stopped himself. Hadn't this been exactly what she was talking about? They could spend their days reminiscing about their past, being angry at the years they were cheated of, or they could accept the way things were now. The way they were now. Sitting back in the armchair, Kai let himself feel a moment of grief for the childhood they no longer had. He also had to admit to himself, maybe he was living for the past too. Was that the source of his reluctance to give anything up? He seemed to be expecting an awful lot from Eliana, without much in return. He was expecting her to operate on promises and trust, when her life and livelihood hung in the balance. Although she didn't know he knew, Kai had monitored the emails she'd been sending, and saw the letter of resignation she'd sent her law firm that morning. Even Eliana was aware that should they both survive this, there was no going back. While her name wasn't on the records, she had still participated in freeing a long stream of criminals. Maybe it was her conscience, but she wouldn't be able to just forget what she'd done here. Like it or not, her hands were dirty too. Readying himself to put the book aside, he satisfied one last curiosity and read her final entry. Expecting it to be something near prom, he was shocked to see it was a recent entry. "Hello, old friend," it began. "Don't hate me for leaving you behind. I was rushed away from home without warning. Had I had the chance to retrieve you, I never would have left you behind. Can we talk? I'm quite possibly the closest I've ever been to death, and yet I feel more alive than ever. Does that make any sense at all? Staring down the barrel end of a gun, I can't shake the electricity that is filling me. My life has been a series of predictables, textbooks, laws, and standards. Yet here I am, on the opposite end of the law I swore to uphold, working for a crime lord and living with a criminal. My every waking moment is full of suspense and danger, and God help me, it's full of passion like I've never known. I quit my job today. For a myriad of reasons, but mostly because I will never be the same after this. Whatever is in the water, I drank from the well, and I'm forever changed. I know things about myself, exciting things, that just make an office job seem so obsolete. I won't abandon my passion for the law and protecting the innocent, but neither will I deny that I am, for better or worse, so much more than I thought I ever could be. I guess I have Kai to thank for that. Sexy, stoic, resolute Kai with the serious brow. He's changed, you know. Not like the happy youth I once loved. No, he's very different. And not entirely for the worse. Kai closed the book and smiled. Whether she realized it or not, he could tell in her words she was falling in love with him again. Not the old Kai, not the kid, the man. She'd once called him her hero. He could be that for her again. Not by repetition, but by evolution. He'd grow into the man she needed him to be. He'd win her back. Chapter 13. Eliana opened her eyes when she felt something shift underneath her. With a jolt, she sat up and scrambled off the bed. In the process, her legs tangled in the silky sheet, and she tumbled toward the floor. Attempting to catch herself, she flailed an arm toward the nightstand only to send the contents of the top spilling over as they, and she, crashed to the ground. "Ow," she groaned, laying prostrate on the carpet. Hearing a chuckle behind her, Eliana rolled over and saw Kai with his head resting on his upraised arm, laying on his side facing her. "I pictured waking up next to you very differently," he noted, and she huffed at him. "You all right?" "I'll live," she grumbled and kicked herself free of the sheets. The irony of her statement wasn't lost on either of them. Kai reached for her hand and pulled her back into bed. Unresisting, Eliana slid back under the covers next to him, both laying on their sides facing each other. The weather hadn't improved in the night, and they could both hear the pattering of rain on the roof and windows. The wind must have picked up, because there was howling in the distance. Kai, having closed the window the night before, was grateful. Had he not, the carpet likely would have been soaked. "I'm surprised you stayed," Eliana commented as she absently picked at the sheets, her eyes intently focused on the task. "I guess I haven't built the reputation of staying," he agreed and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. "Can I tell you something?" he asked, and she looked up at him with expectant eyes. "I've never slept with a woman before." He chuckled when her brows knit together, and her lips pursed. "Not in that way," he elaborated. "I mean, I've never fallen asleep and stayed the entire night with anyone." "That doesn't make sense," Eliana said. "Sleeping next to someone doesn't seem nearly as, I don't know, serious as having
Censored.
with them." "To you maybe," he replied. "It's different for people, I guess. For you, maybe having
Censored.
is the most personal thing you can do. For me, it's sleeping beside someone. I don't like having my guard down around people. I was this way in foster homes too. Bad shit happened to kids when they were sleeping. What position is more vulnerable than allowing someone to have access to your sleeping body?" "I can't argue that," Eliana answered. Her bottom lip sank between her teeth, and she trailed a finger along the arm he used to prop his head up. "So why me then? I could have just as easily killed you in your sleep as anyone else." "You could have," he agreed with a chuckle. "But if it was going to be my last act, falling asleep beside you, I would have died happy." "Are you trying to be romantic?" she asked with a hint of accusation in her tone. He scooted closer to her. "Are you feeling romanced?" he asked in return with an equal tone of voice. "No, but it was a sweet thing to say," she confessed. His eyes searched her face for a few seconds, and for the briefest of moments, she saw a long familiar glint of mischief in his eye that made her breath hitch. It reminded her so much of the boy she used to know. "Thanks for letting me live," he said, and they both smiled. She seemed to catch herself though, and as quickly as it appeared, her smile fell. "What are you thinking?" he asked, lifting a hand to tuck a bit of hair behind her ear. "I quit my job yesterday," she replied with a hard swallow. Kai raised both eyebrows in feigned surprise. "Let's face it, Kai, on the off chance Max lets me live, he won't let me off the hook. He'll want me to keep working for him until he dies. If that takes another 6 months, I can't draw out my vacation that long. I've already received 2 emails from my boss asking how I'm doing." "That doesn't sound too bad." "Maybe he's just concerned," Kai suggested. To his dismay, Eliana rolled out of bed, much more gracefully this time, and stood. He had to remind himself to be patient when his instinct told him to reach for her and draw her back into bed. "I've no doubt my colleagues are concerned," she said, digging through her suitcase for fresh clothing. "Time moves quickly in the courtroom. If I'm gone for an unforeseeable amount of time, then that's one less person working a caseload. One less pair of eyes and set of hands. They need all the help they can get. We were short-staffed when my dad got sick, and with me gone they're likely desperate." "No," she said, trailing off as she settled on an outfit. "It's best for them to move on. Find someone else. Someone more reliable and—" She wanted to say, "someone likely to live," but couldn't force the words out. "Hey." She jumped, startled again. She'd been so lost in thought, she hadn't noticed Kai slink out of bed and cross to her until his arms were wrapping around her waist. She placed a hand over his arm, but didn't sink into the embrace. "I'm sorry, Eli. I know that job was important to you." "It was," she agreed and slid out of his arms as slowly as she could so as not to give offense. "A lot of things used to seem so important. Now, I just want to live to the end of the day. It's hard to feel hope for the future when I know I'm not guaranteed one." "Please don't talk like that," Kai asked pleadingly. "It makes it sound like you have no faith in me to keep you safe. I told you, I'd kill Max before he can hurt you again." "You can promise that, Kai, and 1,000 other things. That doesn't set it in stone. What if Max hires a contractor to kill me 10 years from now? What if the next box of case files has a bomb in it? Or in my car? What if the Chinese takeout I order is poisoned?" Easy, Kai began. I'll have the boys open the boxes outside first before they ever get to you. We won't drive your car and we'll order pizza, not Chinese. Much harder to poison pizza. His joke earned him another smile. He hesitantly placed his hands on her shoulders and slid them up to her neck to cradle her face. And in 10 years' time, I will still be following you, and I will kill anyone who tries to harm you. That's sweet, she sighed, a little creepy, she teased. But sweet? Standing on her tiptoes, she
censored
him in the gentlest of brushings of her lips to his. He savored it even long after she disappeared into the bathroom to shower. Yeah. She was definitely falling in love with him again. Kai had been waiting all day for a break in the rain, and when it finally came just before dinner, he had hauled Eliana from the couch in the living room and insisted they go out. What about the monitor? She asked as he dragged her toward the door. Remembering the bulky thing, he fished the key out of his pocket, knelt to unlock it, and slipped it from her ankle before depositing it in the bowl near the door. Come on, he said, taking her hand. She was surprised when he walked them straight past the cars to his bike. What if it starts raining again? She asked when he handed over a helmet. Afraid to get wet? She narrowed her eyes. Sliding onto the back of the bike, Kai took his place in front of her and they were off. It didn't take long for her annoyance to melt into joy. It felt good to be out of the house. Cooped up for nearly 2 weeks straight, either bent over the dining room table or in the living room, she was starting to go crazy. Perhaps Kai had too, and that was why he insisted they go out to eat. Although the town had changed dramatically, she could still navigate the streets, and she felt a small shiver of anticipation as they neared one of her old favorite places. The park. Even before she'd met Kai, it had been one of her favorite places. Having been built long before she was born, it was one of the few places in town she had that held memories of her mom. At the next stoplight, she could see it on their right. There was the play equipment that had been repainted but still stood the same. A new swing set was installed, and the landscape had shifted to include 2 water fountains and a splash pad. Her eyes searched, trying to place her finger on what seemed so different. The moment she realized what it was, she gasped. Oh my God, she cried, hand flying to her mouth. What is it, Eli? Kai yelled as she jumped off the back of the bike and ran toward the playground. Ignoring the traffic, he zipped through the red light and flipped a U-turn, drove up and over the curb and parked on the sidewalk. He tossed his helmet recklessly onto the back as he chased her. Oh, he sighed when he caught what had caused her distress. They tore it down, she said in a quivering voice, tears already in her eyes. Our tree, she said, although she didn't need to elaborate. Where once the ancient and wonderful willow had towered over the far end of the park and dipped half its branches into the lake, now stood a canoe and kayak rental shed and a small window that read, Ivan's Ices. Though it was closed now, Eliana was positive the ICEES tasted like shit. There was an ugly storm that blew through town about 5 years ago. A lot of trees went down, and a few power lines were damaged. After that, the mayor put utility crews to work tearing down anything they thought looked like it may be rotting. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I had kind of forgotten. I should have warned you, Kai apologized and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and he felt her trembling. I shouldn't be this upset over a stupid tree, she berated herself as she wiped her tears away. I guess I just wish I could have said goodbye. Is that stupid? She asked, turning to face him. He held her tightly, tucking her head under his chin. It's not stupid at all. You didn't have many things in your life you could count on, Eli. Not many things to rely on. In a small way, you relied on that tree. It was always there when you needed it, wanted it. It held you up and covered you whenever you called on it, never asking questions or judging you. It was a friend in its own way. And now it's gone. That's a loss, and you cry all you want over losing a friend. How do you understand me so much better than even I can understand myself? She questioned as she looked up into his eyes. He gave a half shrug and wiped one of her tears away with his thumb. Because I love you, he said softly, I make it my business to know you. She took a sharp breath, mouth opening to speak, but only a small croaking sound from the back of her throat came out. Her instinct had been to reply, but she'd caught herself. He gave a small smile of understanding and took her hand. "Come on, let's walk over." "I don't know if that will help any," she said, but she didn't resist as he led the way past Ivan's shitty ices and down toward the water. The landscapers were still clearly renovating parts of the park, because there were several trucks parked in the adjoining lot. Some were filled with gravel and large boulders, while others had mulch, shrubbery, and trays of spring perennials waiting to be planted. "Here it is," Kai said when his feet hit a large patch of dirt that was muddy and soft from the rain. "This must have been where the trunk was. You can feel the ground give way." He gave a couple of bounces on his heels to prove a point. "Fresh plot of earth," Eliana said, wrapping her arms around herself. "Promise me that if I die, you'll bury me here." "What?" Kai asked, turning abruptly to look at her. "Ground is soft," she said, kicking at it with the toe of her shoe. "Wouldn't be hard to dig a grave." "I swear to God, Eliana, if I ever hear you talk like that again, I'll kill me?" she asked ironically as she looked up at him. Kai's eyes were ablaze with anger, and his nostrils were flaring with the strain of his rapid breathing. Hands balled into fists, he marched toward her. When she didn't recoil in the slightest, his temper surged. "I'm not going to kill you," he spat, staring down at her. "But so help me, I'll spank the defeatist tone right out of you." She still stared blankly at him. An idea seemed to strike him, so he turned on his heel and ran toward the city trucks. Eliana watched, baffled, as he surveyed them, then jumped into the back of one. He seemed to find what he was looking for, and grabbing two objects, ran back to her. Slightly disturbed that one of the items was a shovel, she backed away, but he walked right past her to the wet patch of dirt and began digging a hole. "What are you doing?" she asked as it began to sprinkle. "I'm digging a freaking hole," he grumbled before flinging a scoop of dirt over his shoulder. "Why?" she asked, and a peal of thunder was heard in the distance. "Because," he said when the hole was about 2.5 feet deep. He tossed the shovel aside and tore open the second item, a long black plastic bag from which he removed a brown stick that was producing coils of roots. "I'm going to prove to you that just because something old is gone, doesn't mean something new, something better isn't coming along." He shoved the plant into the ground and used his hands to pat dirt around the base. "There," he yelled, brushing his hands off. "I don't see the point." "The point," he said, marching directly up to her and completely invading her space as he stared wide-eyed and sweaty down at her. "That," he pointed sharply to the plant, "is a freaking apple tree, and in 10 years it's going to produce the best freaking apples you've ever tasted, and so help me, Eliana, you're going to be around to eat every single freaking apple it grows." Without an ounce of gentleness, he grabbed a handful of her hair and crashed his lips down on hers in a bruising and merciless.
Censored.
Chapter 14. They arrived back at the house not a moment too soon as the sky opened up, and rain began soaking the ground again. It wasn't the pleasant sort of spring rain that made the air smell fresh and helped to water the budding trees and flowers. It was the sort of rain that raged as though winter was bitter, it was being cast aside, so with one spiteful act of revenge, it tore across the earth with her icy shards of water like a final slap in the face. Eliana shucked her coat and hung it up, before kicking her shoes into the corner to dry. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Kai slammed the door behind her. He was in a foul mood. It radiated off him in waves of heat. Without so much as taking off his muddy shoes and cut, he stomped up the stairs, and a minute later she heard his bedroom door thump shut as though he'd kicked it. Sighing herself, she went into the kitchen and started the kettle for a hot cup of tea. The scene in the park had taken them straight through dinner, and her stomach rumbled in hunger. As the water heated, she pulled a few ingredients out of the refrigerator to make chicken and rice. It wasn't gourmet, but it would be warm and filling. The chicken was easy enough, as she heated it in the oven with some butter and salt, while the rice seeped in the same hot water from the kettle she used to make her tea. There were no sounds in the house without Kai in the room, and the sounds of the storm grew. Unable to tolerate the silence, she turned on the small kitchen TV to the news. Unsurprisingly, the entire evening segment was focused on the weather, and a handsome man in a suit was indicating parts of the coast would be flooding by gesturing to a map that replaced the green screen behind him. Long after she'd finished her cup of lemon and ginger tea, Eliana still felt chilled. Her clothes weren't wet, but there was a dankness that had sunk into her ever since their argument in the park. She missed her tree. It seemed childish and reminded her of the existential ending of the giving tree, but she did. Her thoughts fell back to what Kai had said, "It's a loss and you cry over losing a friend." His submission of her attachment to it, because of her lack of stability as a child, was spot on. Whenever her father had been too drunk to be around, or the kids at school had bullied her, she always found her feet trekking back to that tree. She hadn't realized how important it was to her, how many beautiful memories she had of it. Kai was exactly right. She'd lost a friend. She'd lost so many things. Determined not to feel sorry for herself, Eliana stared into her cup of tea and tried to reassure herself that everything was going to be okay. The tree was an omen that, like it, she would face storms and be torn down. Maybe her life was like that little apple tree Kai had forcefully planted. While she didn't want to be planted there, she was going to make the best of it and, in his words, make the best freaking apples anyone had tasted. Though the statement was slightly amusing on its own, she couldn't bring herself to smile. It seemed too exhausting to smile at the moment. Not when her heart felt so heavy. Not when images of Kai's fierce expression still plagued her. He'd been livid at her comment about dying and being buried. More than livid, he was positively enraged. It was so unlike him. While she'd seen glimpses of his temper since their reunion, this was something else entirely. She'd not just
censored
him off, she'd offended him. Calm, steady, patient Kai was angry. Angry at her. Objectively, she couldn't blame him. He'd asked her to trust him, she declared that she did, then went back on that to sarcastically implicate that not only would he let her die, but that he'd be the one to bury her. Chewing on her bottom lip, she began to feel very sorry for her comments. She'd allowed her melancholy over the loss of her tree to make her reckless with her words, and she'd hurt him. Somehow it did make her feel slightly better knowing that she could affect him, though. It wasn't in her nature to be the emotional one in the room, and pitted against Kai's unyielding resolve, she'd often been the tantrum to his temper. Tucking the leftovers onto a single plate and brewing a second cup of tea, Eliana quietly walked upstairs. The light to Kai's room was on, but when she tried the door, she found it was locked. "Kai?" she asked, and there was no reply. "Kai?" she called a little louder. Waiting a moment, she still heard no response. "I wanted to say I'm sorry," she said, hoping he wasn't asleep, and her words weren't lost to the oak door. "You were right about what you said. That tree was important to me. I was upset, and I let it get to me. I didn't mean to upset you too." She heard a little shuffling from inside the room, but the door remained closed. "The willow served its purpose," she continued. "When I needed it, it was there. It held me up and sheltered me for a lot of years. I'd like to think the tree died after I left, because it knew I didn't need it anymore. I could stand on my own now." She felt a little foolish being so sentimental while staring at a closed door. "Anyway, I made some dinner. It's out here if you want it. I'm going to bed." Setting the plate and mug down, Eliana padded slowly back to her room. She waited, and when she didn't so much as hear his door open, she undressed and went reluctantly to bed with nothing but the memories of his warmth to keep her company. Kai had finished the plate of food and left the dish sitting on the top of the dresser as he jumped into a hot shower. He'd spent the evening brooding in his room, poring over the plans he'd been working on, determined to save Eliana's ungrateful life no matter what. Having sulked for that long, he was cold all the way to his bones, and even after eating, he needed to warm up. Standing under the steaming heat for only a few minutes, he thought he heard something. Turning the water off, he stood silently listening. The storm was raging outside, loud peals of thunder following flashes of lightning, but it was the loud scream that tore him from the shower. Grabbing his pistol from the end table, he raced down the hallway. A second scream, and he kicked Eliana's bedroom door open, sure that he was going to find one of Max's goons, if not the man himself, strangling her. Instead, he saw Eliana sitting up in bed, blankets clutched to her,
Censored.
and sweat mixing with her tears. What? What is it? Did someone hurt you? He asked, still aiming the gun at anything and everything in the room. Eliana was visibly shaking, and it took a moment for her eyes to focus as she had clearly been abruptly ripped from sleep. I was asleep, the thunder it sounded like gunfire, and I thought in my dream I was being shot at, and I thought it was real, she choked out. Kai sighed, his adrenaline levels dropping as he lowered his weapon. It was only a dream, Eli, he said, rubbing his face. Just go back to sleep, he tried to encourage from the doorway. When he removed his hand from his eyes, he caught the strange expression on her face that was illuminated by the flash of lightning that momentarily filled the room. Her eyes had been not on his, but roaming over him in shocked curiosity. Remembering he had been showering, he hadn't so much as wrapped a towel around himself in his haste to get to her. Kai. Her voice was so quiet, he could barely hear it over the rain outside. Another bolt of lightning lit up the room, and this time her eyes found his. The look wasn't curiosity, and it wasn't shock. It was
Censored.
Raw. Primal. Potent.
Censored.
He could taste it in the air. Placing his gun on the desk, he closed her bedroom door with his foot. The accompanying roll of thunder shook the windows and masked her gasp as he pulled back the covers and climbed into bed next to her. His hair was wet. She felt it brushing against her face when he
Censored
her. His skin was clammy, but his mouth was hot, and when he leaned over her to press her back into her pillows, she forgot all about her nightmare and lost herself in his touch. The room was painfully black and had no reprieve, save for the sporadic flashes from outside. While this may have been a handicap should they want to see each other, it worked wonders on heightening their other senses. Eliana was keenly aware of the soapy way he smelled, and Kai could taste every delicious inch of her mouth as he devoured it. They moved without thought, only instinct. Their minds had played this moment thousands of times since they'd first shared this bed 10 years ago, so it wasn't any surprise the way Kai slid between her legs so easily. Her thighs gripped his waist salaciously, and his hand dove under the band of her panties to stroke her. No passing thunderclap covered the sound of the moan she let out when his fingers slid inside her, and Kai felt all traces of cold leave as she poured heat into him from her body. She was groping at him in earnest, begging him with her body to fill her. Kai took hold of her hand that was reaching for his shaft and pinned it above her head.
This scene has been censored to provide a safe and enjoyable reading experience for everyone.
Chapter 15. Eliana felt a warmth on her face before she opened her eyes. Taking a long, slow inhale, she could smell him thick and potent in the air. When her eyes opened, she saw him lying next to her on his back, one arm tucked behind his head, lips parted and breathing short, easy breaths. He looked so peaceful, no lines of worry or age on his face. His hair was unkempt, and his beard was overdue for a trim. He looked perfect. Lying on her stomach staring at him, she mindlessly chewed on her thumbnail, heat filling her belly when she replayed the night before in her mind. Whatever way she'd imagined being with him, with anyone, he'd surpassed any rich fantasy she'd had. It had felt more natural than she expected. Although she'd felt a little clumsy at first, he'd been steady with his hands and hadn't for a moment let her feel uncertain. Whether he'd done it intentionally or not, the confidence in the way he'd pushed himself into her, unrelenting, consistent, powerful, he'd instilled that in her with every
Censored.
Between the darkened room and her heightened
Censored.
For him, she'd felt heady and intoxicated, like a kite in a hurricane. He'd been her string, keeping her grounded and rooted with the sole purpose of letting her fly as high as she needed and bringing her safely back down. It wasn't hard to maneuver her way between his parted legs and prop herself against his
Censored.
He was starting to wake, so she coaxed him the rest of the way out of his slumber with wet
Censored.
on his torso. By the time she reached his neck, his eyes were open, and he was watching her in amusement. "Good morning," he said in a gravelly voice. She smiled at him before
Censored.
him firmly on the mouth. He tangled a hand in her hair, and she made her intentions known by repeating his act from the night before, rocking her hips against his. His
censored.
moved into her mouth and her breathing hitched. He was warm and firm beneath her. He moaned and inhaled sharply when her hip bone pressed against his forming erection. Hey now, let a guy brush his teeth first, he teased, and she bit her lip. The way she looked at him with sleepy eyes, he went completely hard. Come here, he said quietly and took her by the waist, pulling her up until she was straddling him. Her legs were sore and
censored.
When she spread them to fit herself over his lap.
This scene has been censored to provide a safe and enjoyable reading experience for everyone.
They lay still for a long moment. His breathing was labored, and he'd collapsed on top of her, face buried in her neck. The full weight of his body on hers was suffocating, and she squirmed. Kai. She managed to laugh and pushed his shoulders. Sorry, he said, rolling off of her. He lay on his back again, and she draped herself over his
censored.
Running a hand up and down her back, he
censored.
The top of her head as she traced small circles on his
censored.
His skin was smooth, but there was a dusting of dark hair on his
censored.
A line of it covered his belly button and disappeared beneath the sheets. He caught her wrist when she ran her fingers over it. Tickles, he muttered with closed eyes. So does that, she said, wriggling when his thumb brushed her side. He pressed harder, his hands massaging her now. She made a contented sigh. The warmth of his touch made her instantly relax. Eli? He asked after a drawn-out silence passed between them. She didn't say anything, but looked up at him. Did I hurt you? His blue eyes were full of concern and, to her dismay, a level of guilt. Yes, she said, propping her head up on her hand. I wanted you to, she added before he could respond. He ran a hand over his face, and she grabbed his arm. Hey Kai, you did exactly what I wanted you to, and a few things I didn't know I wanted. They both chuckled, and she pressed more firmly against his side. I enjoyed last night and this morning. For your first time though, he started, and she interrupted him with a
censored.
Despite what you think, not all women want rose-petal-covered beds, candlelight, and Marvin Gaye blasting on the stereo. He frowned at her sarcasm. Kai, do you regret having
censored
with me? She asked, holding his chin in her hand and staring into his eyes. God no, he replied quickly. I just think your first time should have been special. Kai, you said it yourself. My first time. You don't get to decide what makes something special to me. I get to decide that. For me, she said, moving a hand to rest on his
censored.
Over his heart, this was very special. I needed it, and I needed it to be with you. Last night was perfect, even if it took 10 years to happen. It happened and I wouldn't change it for anything. Are you sure? He looked so innocent and fragile. If he damaged her in any way, he'd never forgive himself. Eliana smiled, feeling almost parental in the way she reassured him with a
censored.
I'm sure, she said decidedly. Now it's time to take a shower, then make breakfast. Rising from the bed, she stretched her arms over her head, and Kai lay back enjoying the view of her
censored
body. Are you now? He asked, grinning from ear to ear. She turned, arms still in the air, eyes playful and mischievous. Me? She asked, looking down at him from the doorway. I think you mean we, she elaborated. Kai flung the covers aside and caught Eliana before she could leave the room. She shrieked out a laugh as he pulled her over his shoulder and carried her into the bathroom. Eliana felt deliciously sore. Every move reminded her of the bliss she'd spent the last several hours experiencing. When she stirred the batter, her abdominal muscles hurt. When she knelt to pull the biscuits out of the oven, her thighs prickled, and when Kai walked behind her toward the stove and paused to
censored
the back of her neck, the heat in her region contracted like a cramp. With the dough in the oven, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind as he whisked the gravy he was making. He looked over his shoulder at her, and she
censored
his cheek. That smells good, she said, and dipped a serving spoon into the gray liquid before holding it out for her to taste. She said, and blew the hot air out of her mouth. Where did you learn to cook? She asked, and hopped onto the counter next to him. She grimaced for a moment as the strain hurt briefly. Picked it up over the years, he said, furrowing his brow when he noticed her discomfort. Turning the heat down on the stove, he crossed to her and placed his hands on her thighs. Are you sure you? Kai Driscoll, she wrapped her arms around his neck. If you keep fussing over me like a broken china doll, I'm going to start to get angry. She pulled him closer, and his hands began massaging her thighs. Do you want me to apologize for caring? He asked as she drew a bare foot up the outside of his leg. No, she said, running her hands down his bare,
censored,
and tugged at the elastic band of his sweatpants. His hands moved from the silky skin of her legs that were exposed in her jean shorts, and to her cheeks where he cradled her face. Just don't mistake me for fragile. You are many things, Eli, he
censored.
Her neck, fragile is not one of them. They held each other for a long moment, his lips moving from one side of her neck to the other. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling. Oh shit. She laughed when the beep from the stove timer interrupted them. Kai stepped back and opened the glass door and removed the cookie sheet. She watched from her perch as he plated 2 helpings of the biscuits and gravy, setting them on the counter, and she slid onto the bar stool next to him. A comfortable silence passed as they ate, and from under the counter his foot found her leg and began teasingly brushing her soft calf. They'd spent over 45 minutes in the shower washing each other, learning the other's body, and he'd all too quickly discovered several of her ticklish places that he seized every opportunity to tickle. They were both startled when the front door opened and shut. Kai stood and reached for the gun in his jacket pocket, but stopped when he saw Greer rounding the corner. He stopped and stared at Kai, who stood shirtless and without socks or shoes, before his green eyes moved over to Eliana. She was slightly more modest, in jean shorts and a sleeveless shirt. What's up? He asked, feeling as though he'd intruded. Eliana felt on guard, but Kai was perfectly at ease as he sat and continued eating. Grab some food, Kai offered and pointed to the 2 pans on the stovetop. When Greer tossed his cut onto the table next to Kai's, and Eliana noticed the 2 holstered guns on his hips, she tensed. Kai grabbed her hand under the counter and gave it a squeeze. Thanks. Greer didn't bother grabbing a plate, but instead took a biscuit from the tray, dipped it directly into the saucepan, and shoveled it into his mouth. Want some beer to wash that down? I can pour it into a trough for you, Kai asked sarcastically. Greer swallowed the whole mouthful. F you, but don't mind if I do, he stated as he opened the fridge and pulled out a bottle. Did you drive all the way over here to make a mess and drink my beer? Kai propped his elbows on the counter. Eliana felt nervous, especially after her last encounter with the man. She knew they were old friends, but Eliana didn't trust anyone from the demons save for Kai. No, Greer said, opening the bottle and taking a swig. When he didn't elaborate, Kai made a sound of annoyance. Greer looked from Kai to Eliana and back. Haven't been answering your phone, Greer said. Max is
censored.
Wanted to send Dahl and Brutus, but I convinced him I'd get here faster. Kai said and jumped off the stool. He moved to the table where his phone lay. The charger had come unplugged, and his battery had inadvertently died. He quickly plugged it in and turned it on, only to find out he'd missed over a dozen calls. Battery was dead. I figured, but it wasn't like you. Good thing the tracking bracelet was still here, otherwise Max was apt to think she'd killed you and made a run for it. That's bullshit, Eliana interjected. I've done nothing but cooperate with everything he's wanted. There's no reason for him to suspect I'd do something like that. Max suspects everyone of being capable of anything, Greer said in an even tone. That's why he's in charge. What does he want? Kai asked, flicking through his text messages. He wanted an update, Greer said, setting the bottle down. Now he wants to see you. Just you. She stays here. Eliana looked from Greer to Kai. His jaw had clenched, but he didn't say anything. Kai? She asked when he moved from the table toward the stairs. He gave her the slightest shake of his head when he turned back to look at her. She nodded and turned back to her plate as Kai went upstairs to get dressed. Having lost her appetite, she busied herself by pushing the food from one side of the plate to the other. Greer was staring at her, and she made a point of not looking back at him. Kai was back in only a few moments, dressed in black pants and a long-sleeved thermal shirt. He grabbed his cut from the counter and
censored.
Eliana on the temple. "I'll be back soon," he said with as much confidence as he could. He cast a stern glare at Greer before breezing from the house. Eliana felt her
Censored.
tighten with worry. What was Max's play in all of this? No word for days then. The night they were together, he was suddenly desperate to see Kai. Setting her fork down, she leaned back on the stool. "What?" she asked Greer, who was still staring at her. Folding her arms across her,
Censored.
she narrowed her eyes. "Nothing," he said, taking another swig of beer. "Just wondering how long you've been freaking my best friend." Chapter 16. "Assuming that's any of your business," Eliana began after gaping at Greer for a long moment, "what makes you think we're freaking, as you put it?" "For one," Greer answered with his arms crossed, "he's wanted to F you since you were in high school. That's ancient history. Second, the two of you were
Half censored.
when I walked in. We're old friends, it's not weird to be in shorts or pajamas. Third, you've got stubble burn and a hickey on your neck." Eliana clamped her mouth shut, and a hand over her neck where she knew Kai had been paying special attention. Greer, though pleased with himself, maintained a blank expression. "Exactly," he said, tossing his empty bottle into the sink and retrieving another from the fridge. "Well, as I said before, it's really not your business," Eliana defended, and pushed her plate away, having lost her appetite entirely. "I just hope it was worth it," Greer said, shutting the refrigerator door harder than necessary. "I think it was entirely worth it," Eliana said defiantly. "No surprise you'd think I was talking about you," Greer snapped when he turned to her. Eliana was taken aback. "Despite what you think, princess, your life isn't the only one hanging in the balance. Kai will likely lose everything if Max thinks he's lost his loyalty." "Kai's a big boy, he makes his own decisions," Eliana argued, feeling the strange need to defend her boyfriend, or lover, or kidnapper, whatever the hell he was to her. Besides, parting ways with Max is not the worst thing to happen to him. "Max? Maybe not," Greer agreed verbally, but his tone conveyed he didn't really believe that. "What about the club?" His family? Family? Eliana asked, patronizingly amused. "A gang of criminals, drug dealers and traffickers are his family? Good riddance." Eliana jumped when Greer slammed his bottle on the counter. It made a loud clinking sound, and beer foamed out of the open top. "That just goes to show how ignorant you are," he spat, and Eliana glared. She didn't like being insulted, especially by this thug who had already threatened her. "You march in here on your moral high horse, and think you've got everything and everyone figured out, completely inept to what's happening." "I didn't march in here, I was dragged here," Eliana snapped back, pointing her finger at him. "I don't need to pretend to have the moral superiority to know what your club does. You're the reason there are drugs on the streets, violence, women held in your own compound against their will." "You think I don't know that?" Greer asked, narrowing his eyes. "There's shit that's been going down long before you came back into the picture. Why do you think Kai is so important?" "What are you talking about?" Eliana asked, feeling genuinely confused. Greer sighed, his shoulders slumped, and his temper dissipated as he placed his hands on the counter opposite her. He was quiet for an immeasurable amount of time. His facial expressions conveyed the internal dialogue and debate he was having with himself. Looking up from the counter, his brilliant green eyes bore into her as though he was trying to decide something about her. Eliana raised her eyebrows expectantly. "Max started dealing in currency other than drugs over a decade ago," Greer said shortly. "That fact didn't sit well with a lot of us." "People, you mean?" Eliana asked, looking for clarification. "Max started selling people." "Women mostly, a few kids," Greer answered, and Eliana felt nauseous. Max had always organized himself well. His closest allies were called the Four Horsemen. He intentionally kept them split. Only two of the men were in on it. Riggs and Sean were the guys leading the traffickers. Sean was killed during the defector uprising, and to our knowledge was never replaced. She asked, looking for clarification. "Who would that be?" "Those of us who don't believe people are currency," Greer said with a set jaw. Ironically, we have your dad to thank for that. What are you talking about? Eliana asked, entirely perplexed. Henry was a transporter. He shuttled around a lot more than car parts and kilos of marijuana, Greer said, looking at her darkly. Before you wet yourself, Henry didn't know. Transporters weren't allowed to see in the trucks they drove. I don't know what made Henry stop that night. Maybe he heard crying or something broke loose, but when he opened the back to check, he found 4 women chained in the back. He let them go. That's when Hamilton and I caught wind of the secret operations. That's why Max had it out for him so bad, Eliana said steadily, though her face had gone brutally pale. I didn't know, my dad never mentioned anything about that. I guess it explains why he was so determined to keep me away from Kai and the rest of the demons. It took time, but with the distraction of the defectors, we were able to find the sources and the inner workers. We knew that Max was too big to be taken down from the outside. Cops, FBI, State Patrol would be useless to stop the trafficking without taking down the entire club. We needed someone who could infiltrate the inner circle. Someone who could take down the establishment without causing a civil war or mass arrests of innocent people. Kai? Eliana asked, and Greer nodded. That's no secret to me. Kai has said multiple times that he was going to change things once Max was out of the picture. Well, Kai doesn't know everything, Greer said harshly. He's too close to it. He's been a pawn just like the rest of them. Do you think Kai knew about the women in that bar? The same women he turned to when he was lonely? Kai would never. Of course he wouldn't. Greer interrupted. That's what I'm telling you. Even Max could see that Kai would never agree to that kind of action. That's why Max busied him these last few years, running guns to the UK. He even tolerated his little hobby. You. Me. Max knew all about his frequent trips to Cambridge to check up on you. You've been Kai's only weakness since he was a prospect. Max wanted that. Fostered that. Let Kai think he was getting away with it, because he knew one day he could exploit it if he needed to. Is that what Max is doing now? Even as she asked the question, her hands folded on the counters, she knew the answer. The timing was all too convenient. Max had played things perfectly. This wasn't about Henry dying and passing his debt on to her. This wasn't just about revenge. This was leverage. With Kai due to take over, Max needed to know that even in his death he still had control over the MC. Over Pine Hill. Over Kai. She breathed and covered her face with her hands. Sucks, doesn't it? Greer asked as he opened the fridge a third time, pulled out a beer, and set it in front of Eliana. Greer, she said, looking up from her hands, these men I've been finding loopholes for, having released from prison. This isn't just Max's last act of kindness, is it? He's securing business. I've been helping him free kidnappers and rapists. Yep, he replied shortly and saluted her with his bottle before taking a swig. You see, things aren't as black and white as you'd like to think they are. You can look down on us, criminals, drug dealers, and all-around assholes if you want, but you were caught in the spider's web, like the rest of us. I'm going to throw up, she declared, hand over her stomach, and with no other feasible way to quell her nausea, she downed her beer in one breath. Greer grinned, slightly impressed. Kai was poised perfectly to succeed Max. We could have brought all this information to him, and he could have ended it all without any bloodshed. Why can't you still do that? Max already told Kai he was going to leave the club to him. Max will be dead soon. Why can't we just wait it out? Just a little longer. Her voice sounded frantic and pleading at this point. Even she could hear the desperation. We're long past that, Greer said, placing his hands on the counter again. Max knows your game, your hold on him. Everything will come to a standstill until Kai proves once and for all his loyalty to the club. How does he do that? Eliana asked, looking up at Greer. The slightly older man leaned his back against the sink and crossed his arms, looking steadily at her. It's me, isn't it? He has to kill me. That'll be his act of fealty. You've been a colossal pain in the ass, but no one can say you're stupid. Eliana felt her hands shaking, and she'd lost feeling in her legs. She desperately wanted to get up, to pace, to make her mind work, but she felt rooted to her seat. Paralyzed was a better word. "Don't worry, he won't do it," Greer interjected, taking her from her thoughts. "As I said, you're his weakness." "So what happens then?" "Max orders him to kill me, Kai refuses, and what?" "He's allowed to just walk away." "I doubt that." "You should," Greer said, as though even the suggestion of it was the stupidest thing he'd ever heard. "If Kai outright refuses, Max will kill him on the spot. He'll hate doing it, but he's not a man who holds on to sentiment. Not this late in the game anyway. We can't let that happen." Eliana had regained her senses and was on her feet. You have to stop Max. We have to kill him." "You say that like it's the easiest thing in the world. Just march in his office and put 2 in his..."
Censored.
"He's got himself holed up in the clubhouse, with more security than the president. No, if anyone is going to be killed, it needs to be an easier target. Someone vulnerable." She froze in place from her pacing when she heard the clatter on the counter. Turning around, she saw Greer had removed one of his pistols and set it on the counter. She looked from it to his hand to his eyes. "You're here to kill me," she concluded. For some reason, an eerie calm washed over her. "Those of us who are trying to purify the demons from soliciting women, they want me to. Kai is our last hope. Without him, Riggs will be named successor and we're in for another 30 years of hell." "Worse more than likely," Greer explained. "Kai won't do what you want if you kill me," she said, facing him fully. "When he finds out you shot me, he'll kill you." "Probably," Greer said, removing his hand from the gun and resting it on his hip. "Then again, I'm not the indispensable one. I've spent years supporting Kai, covering his back, protecting him so that when the time was right, he'd be ready to take over and save us from the fate of prospering on slavery. If I die, it's better than things going on as they are. No one life is bigger than this." "There must be another way," Eliana said in a shaky voice. "You can get me out of town." Kai said he was working on a plan. "Kai will be at the clubhouse in the next hour. Max is going to give him an ultimatum. If Kai goes in there and is ordered to kill you, we both know how that conversation is going to go. He'll refuse. Max will kill him. Then Dahl, Riggs, or any other member will show up here and kill you anyway. You have to realize, Eliana, you're dead either way." Greer was slow and deliberate in his explanation, and before she knew it, Eliana had hot tears running down her cheeks. "Why are you telling me all of this? Some sort of mercy killing? Explaining everything so I can live in misery 5 minutes before I die?" She spat the words with bitterness. "You deserve to know everything before you make your decision." She was about to ask for clarification, but his answer came before she could ask. He placed his hand on the gun and slid it toward her. Eliana looked at it, now within her reach, and she had to place a hand on the back of the bar stool to steady herself. You want me to kill myself?" she questioned, and her heart slammed inside her.
Censored.
Greer looked at her with a mixture of sympathy and consternation. He nodded once. No, she proclaimed loudly. "I'm not going to kill myself so your little club can survive." "I'm not asking you to save the club," Greer said over her tirade. "I'm asking you to save Kai. It won't be long until he's in Max's office. He won't walk out of there. We both know that. But if I pick up this phone," he continued to explain as he removed his cell phone, "and I tell Max that you're dead already. Send him a picture of your lifeless body, then Kai is spared the decision. Kai won't die. You won't be killing yourself, you'll be saving his life." A short sob burst from Eliana's mouth, and she nearly doubled over the back of the stool. The weight of his words was heavy, and she felt them. She knew Kai would do it. Kai would let Max kill him before he'd let anything happen to her. He'd promised as much 100 times. She wanted to protect him too. Was this how to do it? Wasn't there another way? She ran a hand over her face. Even if there had been another plan, they were out of time. Greer, at this moment, was checking his watch. How long had it been since Kai left? Was he already in the office? At this very moment, Kai could be on his knees with a gun to his head, being forced to agree to murder her or die. She sobbed again when she thought of it, and knew Kai would die. Without knowing it, he'd walked out the door, and she'd never see him again. Their first night together would be their last. "You love him," Greer said, coming around to her side of the counter and hesitantly placing a hand on her shoulder. "If you love him, you have to do this. You have to do it now. Before Kai gets to the compound." Her hand was shaking as she reached for the gun. Greer stepped aside and let her take it. It was heavier than she imagined. She'd never fired a gun before. The metal was cold. The fleeting thought of turning the gun on Greer and killing him instead crossed her mind, but what would that solve? She'd be free, but Kai would be dead. "Tell him," she choked out as she looked at Greer. Tell him. Tell him I love him," she pleaded, and Greer nodded. He took another step back. Placing the barrel end against her temple, she took a steadying breath and gave Greer one last look before squeezing her eyes shut. And pulled the trigger. Bang. Chapter 17. It was difficult to drive his bike with all the knots in his stomach. Kai was mentally kicking himself for allowing his cell phone battery to die. He'd been so engrossed with Eliana and their steamy night that he had completely lost himself and forgotten about the delicate situation they were in. Both he and Eliana were under the proverbial microscope, and his lapse in judgment would cost them. Assuming he could talk his way out of it, at the very least, Max would bolster security at the house. There was no way around that. The roads were still rain-soaked from the onslaught of rain they'd had these last several days, and the black clouds on the horizon foreshadowed another stormy night. The unpaved road that led to the clubhouse was all mud puddles and loose gravel, to the point Kai considered walking. He braved it, however, and by the time he pulled into the courtyard and to the parking lot, his pants were soaked from the knee down and the visor of his helmet was caked. The impending storm was nothing compared to the rumbling of onlookers. Something was going down. Kai could taste it in the air, and all eyes were on him as he crossed the yard toward the main building. He'd listened to the increasingly irate voicemails that had been left on his phone from the night before, seen the text messages. Max was in a mood, and when that happened, everyone was on edge. Although he knew he should hurry, Kai couldn't escape the dread that overwhelmed him, and he trekked slowly through the rec room, past the gym equipment, the TV screens, and into the back hallway. His boots left muddy footprints behind him, and the rubber squeaked on the tile floors. When he reached the lobby waiting room that led to Max's office, he was morose, if not surprised, to see the increase in security. In addition to Dahl's four-man team, there were two others placed at the door and another near the entrance to Max's office. Dahl greeted him with a snarl. "Picked a fine time to disappear," the gruff man said, both hands resting on the pistols on his hips. "I didn't disappear. I was working. Not that my business has all to do with you," Kai said confidently. "You think you're any better than the rest of the lot out there?" Dahl asked, stepping into Kai's face. "Think Max won't personally order your balls in a jar to decorate his office, if you
Censored.
him off? You're nothing. You need to spend less time thinking about my balls and more time shining your shoes," Kai said darkly. "First thing I do when I'm in charge is kick your useless ass to the curb." "We'll see about that," Dahl challenged and snapped his fingers to the guard at the door. "Let him in." The man at the door to Max's office wordlessly turned the knob and swung the door in. Kai entered, fully aware that Dahl was at his back, and he heard the door shut behind him. Max was seated in his armchair, and an enforcer stood at his back brandishing an automatic rifle. From the look of Max, he didn't need to question the reason for all the attention. "Nice of you to grace us with your presence," Max croaked. His voice was only slightly smoother than the sound of breaking glass, and he had to hold a handkerchief to his mouth. The man must have suffered a minor stroke. While the right side of his face still held the strength to glare, the left side was partially paralyzed. "Max," Kai said, rushing forward. He must have moved too quickly, because the man behind the chair flinched. "God, I had no idea." "Save your pity," Max said, holding a hand up. "Never thought I'd live to feel so freaking decrepit," he grumbled as he stood. On top of the slacking face, he now brandished a limp. You want to tell me where the F you've been? I swear to God, if you tell me you spent the last 12 hours in
Censored.
town, Yakov is going to put a bullet in your head. Kai glanced at the tall man behind the desk. It was a stupid mistake, Kai said, looking back at Max. I didn't go dark on purpose. Cell phone went to shit on me, that's all. Max said, unconvinced. Check the tower records if you need, Max. I was in the same location. It's just that my battery died. You think I give two offs about your cell phone? Max asked, and Kai had to admit in his haste he should have thought of a better excuse. We're on the final stretch of a legacy, the end of the Max Strong dynasty, and where is my right hand? My protégé? Balls deep in his high school sweetheart. That's not exactly. Don't lie to me, boy, Max said sternly, and Kai clamped his mouth shut. Looking minutes from death, and the man still intimidated him. I want to know where we stand. Tell me once and for all where your loyalties lie. They're with you, Max. With the demons. Always has been, always will be. Prove it. Prove it? Kai asked, feeling his ire rise. You're freaking kidding me, right? Max, for the briefest moment, had a look of surprise. I've done everything you ever asked me to do, and I've made you a rich man doing it. You want to know the truth? Yeah, I effed her. God, I bent her over the counter, and effed her until she couldn't walk. Yakov chuckled. I effed her because you told me to. I effed her, got it out of my system, and that's the end of it. You're
Censored.
Because I went dark for less than a day. You've been dead-ass silent for almost a week. The F did you want me to do? Watch your tone with me, boy, Max said, pointing a threatening finger at him. I don't owe you an explanation. Actually you do, Kai replied. You name me second, yet you're keeping things from me. Shit, Max, you look like you've had a stroke, and I seem to be the last person to know. You want me to carry on your legacy, keep the club going strong? You've got me undermined, before I ever take authority. Like it or not, Max, once you're dead, this club isn't going to hang on to your every word anymore. You want to present a strong, united front. This is the freaking wrong way to do it. Max said with a contemplative growl. He tapped a finger to his temple. You think I don't know that? Max asked, and his head joked in a slight spasm. Since we're telling the truth here, I've been reconsidering my decision. Why? The girl. If you were so worried about her, you never should have brought her back into the picture, Kai argued. She had her hold on you, boy. Here or there doesn't matter. You've always been divided. Torn. A man at war with himself. It's about as productive as you taking a
Censored.
in the wind. Whether you name me successor or not, I'm a demon through and through, Kai said firmly. Max, with his lopsided face, grinned and clapped Kai on the shoulder. You've made friends in the club, son. The demons like you. Look up to you. Hell, a lot of them fear you. But you're crazy if you think after me, there's a future for you here. Say I name Riggs king, what's the first thing you think he'll do? F his way through Jesus? Don't get smart with me, Max said, but he chuckled. If not Riggs, what about Dahl? What do you think he'll do first? You'd really name Dahl? I'd name anyone I thought wasn't going to F things up, Max barked, and for the first time Kai could hear the desperation in his voice. Kai gripped Max by his good shoulder and stared the man in the eyes. Max, he said, stepping closer and resting his forehead against the older man's. You're scared. You don't show it, but I know you are. It's a freaking waste the way things are ending for you. I've let you down. I've worried you. I am still the man you raised. I am still the leader you made me into. You have to trust me. Trust me now to honor you. To represent you. To keep your legacy safe. I am your man. I know, son, Max said, gripping Kai's arm. A tear leaked from Max's left eye, and he sniffled before pulling away. But I need to know. Once and for all. You choose me, you choose this club over everything. Before Kai could ask how, Max was crossing back to his desk. Kill her. Kill Eliana? Do you know another her I could be referring to? Max asked sarcastically. She's a threat. I've seen her casework. She's good and she knows too much. Plus, she's
censored.
We let her go, she'll make it her life work to take us down. So, we don't let her go, Kai said, turning to face him. We keep her. Believe me, the condition I left her in, she's a submissive, purring kitten. Yakov chuckled again, and Max glared at him. She already quit her job, left the law firm. She's got other priorities now. She's a woman. She might be sucking your
censored
today, but that
censored
has teeth and she'll use them. I've decided. As my final order, I want her dead. I want you to kill her. If you don't do it, I've got a list of men who will. Your buddy Greer? He's at the top of that list. Kai felt his hands ball into fists. Didn't realize he was on my payroll, did you? Had him keeping his eye on you all these years, making sure my grooming was working. Greer has always had his own priorities. I never claimed to have his loyalty above his allegiance to you. No, you didn't, Max agreed, sitting back in his chair. What's your answer, son? Max asked, getting back to the point. I can use her. That's not good enough, Max said, and using his good hand gestured to Dahl. Kai felt a hand on his shoulder from behind, and his knees were kicked out from underneath him as he was forced to the ground. The
censored
of a pistol sent shivers up his spine. I want her dead. I want you to kill her. Max, don't do this, Kai pleaded, and Dahl pressed a hard boot to his back, pinning him to the ground. Kai was unable to move, let alone reach his gun. You have one more chance, Max said slowly, and Dahl grabbed Kai's ponytail, yanking his head back and drawing him to his knees. Standing from his seat once again, Max walked over to the kneeling Kai and took the gun Dahl extended to him. The moment the barrel of it was aimed directly at him, images of Eliana flashed across his mind. Had he known their first time together would be their last, he wouldn't have bothered with breakfast. He'd have laid in that bed with her, until they'd burned the house down with them inside. Refusing to close his eyes, he set his jaw and prepared to meet his maker. Then a phone rang. Max, still holding the gun aimed at Kai, looked behind him at Dahl. Sorry, Prez, it's Greer, Dahl said. He heard the phone beep. What? Dahl snapped. Prez, you'd better hear this. What is it? Max asked, as though he wasn't about to murder Kai. Dahl had to hold the phone up to Max's ear, as his left hand was so contorted it would never be able to grip it. Make it fast, Max said into the phone. The muffled sounds of Greer talking on the other end reached Kai, but he dare not move a muscle. She what? How the F did that happen? Max snapped. Kai felt panic creep over him. Max looked from Dahl back to Kai. Did you do this? He asked, and Kai remained silent. I want proof, Max said into the phone. A moment later it chimed, and Dahl pressed a button that lit up the screen. Well, I'll be damned. When you said you left her in a state, I didn't think you'd go this far. Nicely done, Dahl goaded and held the phone so Kai could see the picture. Everything in him stopped functioning when he saw the picture of Eliana. I didn't think you had it in you. I don't like being effed with, Max said and gestured for Kai to stand. You tell me you want to keep her alive, then I see this? I guess I should be proud. You're testing me the way I tested you. Kai stood, but he didn't remember even thinking to do it. He was numb. Greer said he found her like that. Sure as hell isn't his handiwork. No. Kai said and found his throat had gone dry. His brain was operating on pure instinct now. Go with the story. Keep it simple until he had more answers. He hadn't left Eliana like that. Not laying there on the kitchen floor. I did what you asked, Max, Kai said, fighting back tears. I need more proof than a picture, son, Max said, and Kai nodded ever so slightly. I'll take her to the reservoir, he suggested. Put her in one of the levees. Good, do it, Max said shortly. Then I want you back here. And Kai, he said when the dark-haired man had reached the door, don't forget to charge your phone. Kai had to force himself to walk slowly. Each step was deliberate. Timed. Careful. He knew he was still being watched, but everything in him wanted to tear through that place and get back to her. He'd seen the picture. Eliana laying on the kitchen floor, covered in blood. His throat was constricting to the point he couldn't breathe. The moment he reached his bike, he didn't bother with his helmet. The mud would obscure his vision anyway. Kicking the bike to life, it roared down the soaked backstreet away from the clubhouse. When he finally pulled back onto the open road, he was off like a rocket. The only thing he could think was that Greer had killed her. Had it been one of Max's men, Kai wouldn't have walked out of the office alive. How could he do that? How could he betray him after all they'd been through? Kai's furious grip on the handlebars tightened, and tears mixed with the rain that was starting to shower. He'd find out what happened to Eliana, and whoever was responsible would pay with their life. Thank you for reading Rough Ride. I hope you loved Kai and Eli as much as I do. Their story continues in Rough Choice. Keep reading for an excerpt or download Rough Choice now. About Summer Cooper. Thank you so much for reading. Without you, it wouldn't be possible for me to be a full-time author. I hope you enjoy reading my books as much as I do writing them. Besides, obviously, reading and writing, I also love cuddling my dogs, shouting at Alexa, being upside down aka yoga, and driving my family cray-cray. Follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Goodreads, BookBub. Get in touch at hello@summercooper.com. www.summercooper.com. This has been Rough Ride. Written by Summer Cooper and Sienna Chance. Auto-narrated using Google technology. Copyright 2024 by Lovie Books Limited. Production copyright 2024 by Lovie Books Limited.